Hey guys, tonight we stroll through dawn's first whispers along the Welsh coast, a path where ancient stones hold more secrets than Instagram's algorithm. Imagine cold mist clinging to your sleeves, grass blades bowing under borrowed dew. But fair warning, if medieval pilgrim vibes make you question your comfy modern existence, you might not survive this walk without craving simpler times. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop a comment sharing your corner of the world and local time. Nothing like bonding over digital campfire stories while continents apart. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. Your boots press into earth, cold seeping through rubber soles like nature's alarm clock. Dawn hasn't cracked the horizon yet, just bruised it purple-gray. 14th century pilgrims trudged this same marsh, their leather sandals soggy with determination. Experts think these paths linked remote villages to holy sites, a spiritual GPS before Google Maps existed. You glance at your waterproof hiking boots, smirking at instant blister-free privilege. A curlew's cry splits the air, 3 rising notes like a rusty flute solo. Its echo hangs, unwilling to fade just yet. Brittle reeds tickle your palms as you brush past, their hollow whispers almost human. 17 paces ahead, the grass surrenders to silt, the first hint of tidal lands waiting. Sunlight leaks over hills now, molten gold, spilling through cloud cracks. Your socks remember dew's chill despite wool thickness, a dampness monastic scribes cursed, while mending goosequill pens. Legend whispers of a monk who painted biblical scenes using crushed sea snails, his purple hues fading faster than his sanity. Historians still argue whether that's fact or medieval influencer hype. Your fingers graze a lichen-crusted rock, rough edges softened by centuries of rain. Mist curls off the marsh, phantom snakes coiling toward vanishing stars. Each breath tastes metallic air, flavored with salt and uncrushed wild thyme. Rabbit tracks dent mud nearby, tiny commas punctuating their dawn escape plans. Nature's hieroglyphics right under your city-trained eyes. 10 steps deeper, your heel squelches into black peat, a sound like soggy cereal meeting milk. 3 white butterflies flutter past, their paper wings ignoring dawn's pale palette. You recall Victorian tourists using butterfly nets, here obsessed with pinning beauty behind glass. Thankfully, social media allows digital collecting now, less murderous. Silence presses like cotton wool, only broken by distant sheep bleating about morning inconveniences. 5 crows bicker over a worm, a feathered reality show playing out in the gorse. You spy a flat stone, perfect for skimming once tides return. Pocketing it feels criminal, so you let it lie, a tiny altar for passing thoughts. Eastward now, the horizon blushes tomato red, sun elbowing through cloud clutter. Your shadow stretches awake, a long-limbed giant flickering across bracken. One herd field huddles in the distance, its low walls, built by hands, now dust. Medieval farmers moved these very rocks, believing giants placed them at the world's dawn. A ladybug lands on your sleeve, 6 spots like burnt umber ink droplets. Its tiny legs tickle through fabric, making you freeze, strangely honored. In Wales, killing one curses your love life, or so drunk bards crooned in taverns. You blow gently, watching it hitchhike onto a dandelion clock instead. Mud thickens, sucking at your soles with wet insistence. 16th century monks would have worn nailed boots, not Gore-Tex miracles, betraying your amateur status. Your knees recall every gym skip day as terrain slopes upward, gentle but undeniable. Wild roses claw at leggings, thorny reminders that nature resists influencers. 7 gulls float wind currents above their screeches, arguing over fish breakfasts. You spot a melted candle stub wedged between rocks. Some modern pilgrim's abandoned vigil. Wax mimics the Abbey's shape, just 6 inches tall, weeping frozen tears down granite. Cold nips your earlobes now, winds sharpening as land shrinks behind. Rossley villagers once believed this causeway housed sleeping saints, their dreams steering ships clear of rocks. Myth or not, you tread lighter, avoiding cracks where divine toes might curl. 3 merganser ducks paddle a creek ahead, red bills slicing water like novelty scissors. Sun crowns full now, blinding off tidal pools scattered like broken mirrors. Silver light stings your pupils, city eyes squinting against unfiltered morning. Count 12 hermit crabs lug borrowed shells, tiny nomads ignoring your human-scale drama. Their sideways scuttles trace hieroglyphs only tides can read. Your left boot finds a hidden dip, twisting your ankle just enough to mutter words St. David wouldn't bless. Mud slurps greedily, smearing khaki to sepia. The Abbey ruins wink from a mile off, stone ribs poking through emerald turf. Some called this place God's nostrils, where holy breath fogged winter mornings. Blisters whisper threats against your heels, modern martyrdom in merino socks. Those Cistercian monks wore scratchy wool without complaint, so you shut your inner whiner down. Wind gusts sideways, stealing your hood's warmth like a petty thief. 9 waves crash unseen beyond a dune ridge, their rhythm syncing with your pulse. Halfway to the tidal path now, grasses thin to exposed shale, gray as week-old snow. Your boots crunch like celery, the only sound besides stubborn wind. Scoop a palmful of ice-gold stream water. Let it trickle through fingers, liquid diamonds lost to dirt. A single oak ahead guards the path, roots knuckling through soil like arthritic hands. Its trunk splits into 7 fingers, 3 holding last autumn's dead leaves hostage. Touch its bark, expecting wisdom. Get sap-sticky fingers instead, fair payment for romantic notions. 10 ravens huddle in skeletal branches, quartz eyes judging your outfit choices. Legend claims they whispered battle plans to Welsh princes, though Twitter seems their modern haunt. Today, they simply ruffle feathers, unimpressed by your windbreaker's faux vintage logo. Moss silences your footfalls, nature's carpet laid for dawn's quiet guests. Leaning against the oak, you sip lukewarm tea from a dented flask, tinny aftertaste grounding the magic. St. Illtyd's followers drank rainwater from hollowed stones, no hydro flasks for desert-dry throats. Sun climbs higher, its heat feeble but promising. Unzip your jacket, let breeze chill collarbones, waking skin deadened by central heating. Below, the tidal flats shimmer, a mercury spill oozing toward distant horizons. Tomorrow's path hides under knee-deep seawater, now patient as folded origami. A kestrel hangs motionless above, wings splayed against blue silk, drone minus the buzz. Your neck cranes, admiring its fixed hover wind and willpower defying gravity. Medieval scribes drew them in prayer books, symbols of holy focus in feather form. You fighting phone addiction feel inferior to its analog majesty. Graze your knuckles on nettles, instant sting swelling pink regrets. Rub crushed dock leaves over skin, grandma's woodland wisdom still winning. Briefly wonder how monks treated rashes, probably prayers, and boiled moss poultices. Find a flat boulder, let it cool your thighs through denim as you sit. Watch 8 sandpipers dart, feathered wind-up toys on Tidal timetable. This marsh birthed Wales' oldest love poem, crude rhymes about eyebrows like blackbirds' wings. Sheep bleats echo, their complaints muffled by half a mile. Count 37, woolly backs dotting slopes, living lawnmowers preserving postcard views. Clouds blob like spilled milk, horizon gulping them slowly. Stand brushing grit from palms, path still calls before tides do. Your shadows shrunk, noon creeping nearer, but dawn's hush lingers in shade pockets. Air smells different here, salt tang fading, heather's honey notes creeping in. 2 butterflies duel above gorse, sun glinting off wings like cellophane. You smirk, nature's soap opera chewing through centuries. Your stomach growls, traitorously loud, shattering rustic fantasy with modern hunger. The oak's shadow stretches west now, pointing toward tomorrow's path. Nuzzle the flask's last sip, bitterness grounding you. Inhale peat wind deeply, lungs stinging sweet. Distant Abbey stones shimmer heat haze or holy mirage. You'll reach them soon, just not today. You leave the dew fields behind. The morning feels thicker here. Those twisted roots rise like arthritic fingers, grasping the trail before it dares to wander north. Every crack in the bark seems a speech bubble, waiting to spill arboreal gossip. Moss cushions your footfalls, its velvet nap brighter than Instagram greens. You half expect a choir of squirrels to start chanting Gregorian ambient tracks. Breathe in, that's petrichor and patience. Someone hung wind chimes centuries ago. Now just rusty hooks cling to one skeletal branch. Experts think oaks like this one sheltered whole Celtic tribes during Roman raids, Could you fit your Wi-Fi router in that hollow? A spiderweb glistens, flexible fiber optics spun by 8-legged engineers. Touch the trunk, your palm meets grooves deep as cathedral organ pipes. Local lore claims moonlight turns this bark into a star map. Shepherds tracked Mars's retrograde here long before TikTok tutorials. The air smells like black tea cooling in a grandma's cup. If they'd trademarked that scent, candle companies would have gone medieval. Historians still argue whether warring clans carved secret treaty marks into its roots. 2 woodpecker knocks echo overhead, avian Morse code for tourist sighting. Sunlight filters through leaves, projecting dappled QR codes nobody can scan. Leatherback beetles trundle along a route highway, tiny UPS trucks delivering something existential. That low branch creaks like a rocking chair, its rhythm syncs with your pulse. People once buried wishes under oaks, secrets sealed in jars with apple blossom wax. Now we trust the cloud, ironic, since actual clouds just erased your phone signal. Ants march across your bootlace, reminding you their empire outlasted the Silk Road. Check the hollow, no fairy kingdoms, unless you count desiccated acorns from the Coolidge administration. Someone lodged a horseshoe there, rust blooming like a bloodstained Rorschach. It probably brought luck, just not to the horse. Wind hisses through dead twigs, nature's ASMR, like brushing against polyester. Sit a while, roots cradle your spine better than ergonomic office chairs. Late monks apparently napped here, dreaming of illuminated manuscripts and really decent mead. A ladybug lands on your thumb, its spots declaring it Team Chaos. You are officially off-grid, and not just because your battery's at 7%. Hunger twinges, should have packed oatcakes. The oak tilts slightly east, king of the slowest limbo dance. Lichen paints continents across stone, maps no human ever followed. Notice how birds avoid its summit. Maybe it's haunted. Maybe it just lacks decent Wi-Fi. 12 crows flap westward, wing beats counting down seconds, until the Abbey gate creaks somewhere ahead. You pocket a fallen acorn tiny vault, holding DNA older than vellum scriptures. Still no sign of Starbucks, just bark crumbling like 15th century tax records. Time stretches elastic as a monk's abandoned waist cord. That one joke about sitting under trees and branching out floats through your mind. Mercy kill it. Your shadow now melts into the oak silhouette, plant and pilgrim, temporarily merging tax brackets. Rising feels like leaving a confessional, all sins downgraded to premium subscriber hiccups. The path snakes onward, daring you to glance back. The oak exhales, you swear, releasing 400 years of held breath into your hair part. The scent shifts as meadow grasses swallow the shadow of that old oak. Your boots crush wild thyme with each step. Its perfume blooms like lemon peel rubbed on warm biscuit dough. Stonechat birds dart through the bracken ahead, sunburned chests glowing like tiny warning lamps. This field stretches untamed, a green sea surrounding your island path. Bend closer. Those purple flowers aren't just pretty, they're betony. Monks once stuffed pillows with it to ward off nightmares. Historians still argue whether pilgrims planted them here deliberately, or if seeds hitched rides on wool cloaks. Your sleeve snags thistle silk, nature's toilet paper clinging in desperation. A bumblebee investigates your shoelace, striped zeppelin mistaking nylon for exotic flora. Kick a pebble, it skitters toward a half-buried sheep skull. The hollow eye sockets watch your progress, spiteful stare softened by lichen eyelashes. Centuries of grazing carved these slopes. Wool prophets built cathedral naves. Imagine crook-wielding shepherds whistling psalms to disinterested rams. Their wool might have lined the very Abbey floors you'll soon tread, hair shirts optional. Step over an anthill metropolis, its residents hauling grasshopper legs 4 times their size. Mycelium threads weave silver nets beneath your shadow, fungal internet buzzing with decay alerts. Local legends say midnight mushrooms here glow, illuminating fairy markets, trading dewdrop currency. Modern foragers disagree, unless fairy gold now buys gluten-free sourdough starter. Pause where clover conquers a mud patch, each leaf trio, a tiny green Vatican. Folklore claims finding a 4-leafer here blesses crossings, while crushing one summons minor curses. Maybe flattened clover explains your perpetually dying phone charger. A beetle helicopters past your ear, its flight pattern pure drunken kamikaze. Pluck a grass stem, chew the sweet sour base. Country kids still call it famine bread, echoing peasants who gnawed roots during grain shortages. Your stomach growls, suddenly grateful for that gas station protein bar stashed in your pack. 3 butterflies wobble past, sun-drunk kites tangled in invisible strings. One lands on your knee, its wings breathing slow as monastery bellows. The path narrows between gorse bushes, yellow blossoms smelling like coconut sunscreen. 13th century herbalists prescribed gorse wine for melancholic humors, probably because drinking flaming liquid distracts from existential dread. Watch for thorns, nature's barbed wire defending pollen vaults. Your jeans snag anyway, denim sacrificed to botanical spite. That flint hiding under grass. Flip it, chalky underside scarred by Neolithic tool strikes. Flint factories once dotted these hills, supplying arrowheads for wars you'll never study. Pocket it, prehistoric swag, heavier than expected. 2 rabbits bolt from nearby burrows, powder puff tails signaling retreat. Kneel at a tiny spring, water seeping through cow parsley roots. Cup your hands, the chill stings like ice-9 baptism. Roman marching maps marked this seep, soldiers filling helmets while cursing British drizzle. Now it just quenches dog-walker spaniels. Your reflection wavers, tired eyes borrowed from some fresco saint. Mud squelches onto your soul, thick as day-old porridge. This mire birthed bog butter hordes, farmers still stumble on oak barrels of rancid dairy. Imagine spreading millennia-old butter on toast, paleo diet gone extreme. Your boots make obscene sucking noises. Flatulence jokes write themselves. Up ahead, 3 crooked stones form a phantom doorway. Shepherds reportedly stacked them, nav markers for fog-blind days. Modern Instagrammers abuse them for cottagecore engagement baiting. Duck through, ritual complete, TikTok immortality, denied as service flickers. Breathe deep peat smoke, tangled with honeysuckle. This breeze carried crusaders' final exhales, or so romantic poets insist. Academics cite pollen samples, proving medieval allergies rivaled ours. The debate's academic when your sensuses clog equally. 7 ladybugs convene on a dock leaf, probably discussing aphid tax reforms. Sit on a lichen-crusted boulder, its cold seeping through synthetic fibers. Wool-clad pilgrims lacked such luxury, their buttocks memorizing every pebble. Notice Rose Bay willowherb swaying, its cotton fluff hitching rides west like pioneer spirits. They call it fireweed for colonizing scorched earth, blooming through London's Blitz rubble. Your water bottle glares accusingly, half empty already. Those Celtic wells seemed more magical before plastic endocrine disruptors. Kickstart a hare. It zigzags uphill comically. Greyhound racing ancestors whisper envy from DNA strands. Wind combs the grass, waves mimicking surround sound ocean. Historians agree Cistercian monks farmed these slopes, less certain whether they preferred turnips or existential despair. Sheep bleat rhymes echo, ovine slam poetry, dunking on pasture politics. Their ancestors witnessed rebellions. Now just watch you photograph manure. Follow moth-wing flutter towards a forgotten cart track. Its ruts hide frog pools, tadpoles squiggling like living commas. Boys baptized stolen ale. Here, frantic liquid smuggling before Abbey vespers. Did priests bless the contraband or confiscate it for spiritual testing? Bees swarm a foxglove spire, bells ringing for nectar matins. Medieval herbalists feared these witch gloves, yet digitalis saves modern hearts. A spider rappels onto your notebook, 8-legged journalist seeking scoops. Sunlight ignites dandelion clocks, each fluffy orb an uncashed time voucher. Pilgrim children blew them, counting their Abbey steps, breath translating miles into wishes. Yours hitchhikes west, carrying half a yawn and semi-sincere prayers. Find a rusted horseshoe tangled in roots, its luck expired around WWI munitions wages. Thumb the corroded curve, metal groaning like Titanic hull relics. Buried or displayed. Neither, you're no luck arbitrager. Raindrops pock your forearm, clouds rationing tears for dramatic effect. Sheltering beneath a hawthorn feels improvised, prickles snagging sleeves like Velcro purgatory. Folklore claims Christ's thorn crown came from hawthorns, a theory packing more thorns than evidence. Rain stops, sky forgetting why it wept. Your shadow stretches thin, Renaissance martyr elongating. Birds resume bickering, feathered Kardashians of the underbrush. Scuff your boot. Earth releases worm segments wriggling like dropped lasagna. Clamber over a fallen ash. Sapwood exposing beetle hieroglyphs. This trunk once shaded courting couples, carving initials eroded into arboreal amnesia. Names fade as dew crushes on miller's sons with excellent forearms. Approach the meadow's edge where bracken surrenders to salty air. Here's where pilgrim sandals first glimpsed the sea, lungs filling with briny hope. Their ghosts exhale now, warm breath misting your nape. Turn, only wind fretting through dead heather. One last grasshopper catapults onto your wrist, iridescent wings folded like origami weapons. Its mandibles test your watch face, mineral snack rejected. Release comes with an insulted leap, high as cathedral spires in insect reckoning. Behind the meadow hums louder. Not bees, maybe lingering hopes composting under cloverroot catacombs. Forward, the sea whispers soggy promises. Stone chats jeer from gorse towers, their calls pulling thread through this land's frayed hem. Breathe deep air heavy, with 9 centuries of held prayers fermented like mead. Your next step sinks into sand grasses, giving way to grit and gull cries. Salt air nips your lips now sharp as cider vinegar cut with sea spray. Mudflats stretch ahead, their wet skins glinting like hammered pewter under cloudlight. Ebb tide pulls the water back slow, a shy lover retreating after stolen kisses. Your boots meet rippled sand, each ridge carved by waves now absent. The sea sighs its briny breath just past your toes, close enough to taste, far enough to mock. Whelk shells dot the sand like discarded ear trumpets, white spirals, shouting silent ocean secrets. Historians still argue whether monks harvested these for feast days or just enjoyed the occasional seaside snack. Bend to pocket one, its calcium curves pressing against your thigh, seashell stowaway. A jellyfish melts nearby, translucent casualty, stranded by tidal treason. Cistercians farmed these salt marshes 8 centuries back, their sandaled feet pruning samphire during low tides. Picture them knee-deep in goo wool habits, sucked downward by persuasive mud. Locals swear that moonless nights stir lights here, phantom lamps guiding drowned souls toward phantom pubs. You half expect a spectral bartender offering brine martinis. Your left boot sinks deeper, black ooze claiming it like a jealous toddler. Leverage out with a wet pop nature's attempt at amateur dentistry. Mud smells of rust and forgotten spinach, green-gray and vaguely threatening. 6 gulls bicker over a crab carcass, feathered lawyers disputing maritime ownership laws. Step where the sand firms up, ripples tattooing the seabed like liquid braille. Tiny shrimp dart between toe prints, panic swimming through your fleeting canyons. A heron freezes mid-stalk, scarecrow elegance ruined by extreme patience. Did monks envy those stilts, holy men stumbling, while birds remained regal? Rain starts fine droplets misting your face like celestial spit. Pull your hood up, it immediately flips off in a coastal tantrum. Salt crystallizes on your sleeve, tiny diamonds mined from sweat and spray. The horizon bleeds into cloud banks. No line left between sea and sky. Squint left, is that a shadow near tidal pools? Just driftwood posing as sea monsters, its barnacle teeth grinning at your hesitation. Historians mapped these currents using 12th century riddles where the herring dances backward. Seek God's Causeway. Modern GPS laughs at such poetry, then dies from water damage. Poke a jellyfish. With a stick it quivers like alien jello plotting revenge. Locals might have eaten these during famines, desperation, seasoning better than any spice. Your stomach vetoes the idea, loyal to gas station, jerky still in your pack. Sunlight spears through clouds, transforming mudflats into shattered mirrors. Each puddle becomes a sky pool, clouds and gulls floating upside down. Your reflection wavers, a paisley smear of raincoat and bad decisions. 7 curlews land nearby, needlebeaks, probing for worms like avian locksmiths. Turn when a crab side-eyes you from its sand crater, one claw raised in tiny protest. Its shell glows rust red, nature's forgotten Chernobyl souvenir. Duck low, offer a peace treaty of dropped pretzel crumbs. The crab declares war anyway, scuttling backward into a muddy bunker. Tide retreats further, exposing worm castings that squirm like miniature volcanic eruptions. These were medieval fishing bait, worm charmers luring them with thumped hymn rhythms. Imagine monks humming psalms to summon wriggly congregations. Your own humming frightens a peewit, its wingbeats clapping like sarcastic applause. Find a rusted nail, half buried near seaweed, probably from a pilgrim's lost sandal. 13th century podiatry must have been excruciating leather straps and zero arch support. Toss it into a rock pool, the plink echoing like dropped change in cathedral coffers. Wind flings your hair into seaweed mode, salt stiff, and smelling suspiciously of low tide. Legend says selkies comb these sands at midnight, searching for stolen seal skins. You check your watch. Still daylight, selkie happy hour, not for 3 more pints. Pause where the sea peeled back a curtain of kelp, revealing razor clam shells buried blade up. Their edges could slice fingertips, naughty marine booby traps. Slide one into your pocket, makeshift money clip for tidal treasures. 3 sanderlings sprint past, clockwork toys wound too tight. Mud sucks harder here, greedy for shoes and dignity. Your heels lift, soles stay embedded like postmodern art. Hobble to firmer ground, leaving foam footprints resembling cappuccino foam art. A cormorant dives nearby, black bolt aimed at fishy payroll. Historians still argue whether pilgrims crossed barefoot. Holy blisters versus tidal punctuality. You're voting for boots, even if they now weigh as much as regret. Lace one up tighter, not salted into stubborn permanence. Rain stops mid-sentence, Sky forgetting its grievance with your jacket. Sun bakes the flats now, steam rising like ghostly bread rolls. That far rock wasn't there before tides retreat, uncovering a mossy molar. Sit on it, the chill seeping through denim to lecture your femur. Watch bubbles rise in a tidal pool, tiny champagne fizzes of decay. Something breathes unseen below, maybe a clam writing its memoir. Skim a flat stone, it hops twice before submarine surrender. Pebble skipping champions or likely medieval kids avoiding Latin lessons. Bend to inspect sea lettuce, slimy green sheets clinging to rocks like unwanted moisturizer. Monks ate this during Lent, emergency salad when fish markets failed. Taste a corner, your tongue immediately files a formal complaint. Salt and pond scum notes, absolutely zero citrus finish. Shadows stretch longer now, tides retreat racing sunset. Salt crusts your nostrils, each inhale burning like inhaling vodka vapor. You spot the first slate slab ahead, tooth of the causeway, breaching sandy gums. Barnacles crust its edge, old men's stubble on a sea-chinned titan. Air chills, lifting goosebumps along your arms like tide-ridden buoys. High above, a skein of geese arrows inland. Their calls fray the clouds, wild stitches sewing sky to sea. Your next step meets weed-slick stone, not sand anymore. The causeway yawns awake beneath your soles. That first slate slab feels colder than expected, like pressing bare skin against fridge metal. Barnacles grip stone furiously, tiny castles built on an unwilling kingdom. Each step reveals more teeth. The causeway's jagged grin, breaking through mist and sand. Century upon century of tides have polished these edges, smoothing slate into sea glass without erasing their bite. Moss paints the submerged sections, velvet green tendrils swaying like drowned hair. Your boot hesitates above a tidal pool, its surface doubling your face into funhouse distortion. Something skitters below, a crab fleeing the shadow of your soul. 1,200 years ago, monks hauled granite blocks across these same stones, their sandals slapping damp slate 100,000 times. Historians still argue whether they chose slate for piety or because local quarries refused to donate better rock. Air smells different here, less mud stink, more ozone, and ancient wetness. Waves hiss against causeway flanks, white foam spitting at your ankles. That green weed looks inviting, tempting as carpet, but slides underfoot like buttered eels. Almost lose balance, windmilling arms, inventing new curse words for maritime architects. Catch yourself, heart-punching ribs like an angry tenant behind rent walls. Right, no more admiring flora while moving. Focus on barnacle patterns. Instead, they're calcified swirls, mapping chaotic constellations. Locals whisper that certain stones migrate at night, creeping oceanward to eavesdrop on mermaid gossip. None are out of place today, unless you count the one tilted like a drunk's hat. Step over its mossy crown, toes curling inside damp socks. Halfway across, Pause where tide rush would drown your knees at high water. Here, the causeway widens slightly, a courtesy rest stop for panting pilgrims. Salt crusts the central stones, shimmering white like dandruff on a giant's scalp. Touch the residue, fingertips tingling with dissolved centuries. Cistercians sang psalms during crossings, their voices battling wind to stay on key. Imagine chants bouncing off waves, holy karaoke swallowed by sea roar. Your hood escapes again, wind plucking at drawstrings like a mischievous sprite. Give up, let Atlantic fingers tangle your hair into seagrass art. 7 oyster catchers arrow overhead, black and white feathers, sharp as piano keys. They screech disapproval, enforcers of coastal noise ordinances. Below, crevices between stones boil with trapped water. Each retreating wave sucks pebbles backward, rat-a-tat percussion for the oyster catcher's shrill solo. Bend to watch a hermit crab swap shells, upgrading from cramped studio to slightly less cramped studio. Its claws wave, tiny realtor celebrating the transaction. Remember 12th century records mention travelers drowning here, caught midway by sneaker tides. No bodies ever found, just empty satchels washing ashore weeks later. Modern theorists blame swirling currents, but old widows muttered about kelpies dragging men down to watery halls. You check the horizon, no horse-like shapes in the breakers. Just gulls riding updrafts, feathered hitchhikers going nowhere. A flat stone begs for skimming, its edges worn smooth by patient surf. Flick it sideways, watch hop skip jump over 4 waves before sinking. Prime medieval entertainment, beating Latin lessons by miles. 3 jumps meant good luck, 4 meant the devil knew your name. Your devil remains anonymous for now. When waves retreat, listen. The causeway sings, water gurgling through stone gaps, a liquid choir rehearsing forgotten hymns. Barnacles vibrate with each note, nature's own tuning forks. Leopard-spotted limpets cling tighter, unimpressed morticians waiting for the performance to end. Dig a fingernail into weed moss, its chlorophyll scent sharp as snapped celery. Monks harvested this for poultices, glaucous goo smeared on blisters and soul wounds. Your own blister protests, a hot coin fused to your heel. Ignore it. Holy men suffered worse for their faith. Rain comes sideways now, needles stitching sea to skin. Hood flips inside out, blindfolding you with wet nylon. Swear gently, peel the fabric back to see the Abbey closer. Lichen stains its remaining walls, yellow and emerald patinas glowing through drizzle. The causeway rises slightly here, archenemy turf, surrendering to holy ground. Last 10 steps, barnacles give way to crumbling mortar. Your souls meet man-made stone, rough slabs quarried by long-dead hands. Touch the Abbey's lowest course, granite chilled despite summer air. Shivers climb your spine, not from cold, but the weight of 900 winters piled against these walls. Wind shifts, bringing peat smell from coastal hills. The tidal choir fades behind, replaced by rasping grasses and far-off curlews. Turn back briefly, See your path dissolving into incoming mist. The causeway sinks beneath rising tide, one stone at a time, like an old man easing into bathwater. Green weed waves goodbye, submerging loyal, until next low tide. Salt lingers on your tongue, briny proof of passage. Pull loose seaweed from your boot tread, offer it to the wall's lowest crevice. Some traditions need no psalms, just silent gifts for silent stones. Above, jackdaws circle the broken bell tower. Their jagged calls slice the drizzle black notes on wet paper sky. You inhale ruin dust and ocean, lungs filling with filtered time. Rain softens, no longer needles, just moth-wing taps on your shoulders. The final slab waits, moss-cushioned and angled like a beggar's palm. Step onto Abbey earth proper, tidal realm, relinquishing its claim. Mud still clings to boots, 4 ounces. OF Chinese letter, SEAFLOOR, hitchhiking into sanctified space. Scrape it off reluctantly, earth offering to earth. Somewhere behind, a stone shifts underwater, low grown, half drowned by waves. Might be tidal pressure, might be old pilgrim bones settling. Don't look back. The causeway sleeps now, resting before its next apparition. Your footprints already blur, saltwater erasing modern trespass. Jackdaws fall silent, heads cocked toward your intrusion. Rain mutes their feathers, turning black to bishop's purple. Beneath the tower, a quartz peg gleams, half buried, milky white against dark soil. Pocket it before they notice, tactile souvenir for later. Wind rifles through your pockets, theft thwarted by zippers and Velcro. It keens through empty windows, instead, mouthless mouth, shaping vowel-less prayers. You stand where sand meets sanctity, boots dripping causeway secrets onto monastic dust. Fingers find that whelk shell from miles back, still pressed against your thigh. Its spiral remains perfect, an ongoing argument between water and stone. 3 deep breaths, salt and ruin, and dew mixing in your throat. Across the returning waves, the mainland shrinks into a smudged pencil line. Isolated, but not alone. Tide's whispers follow you still, hissing through abbey cracks in aquatic gossip. You turn the whelk shell once in your palm, the sea's voicemail recorded in calcium. Distance yawns where solid stone once lay, mercury, waves swallowing the path hole. Re-entry becomes tomorrow's problem. For now, lichen greets your palm, rough braille, spelling welcome, wanderer weaponless. The outermost arch frames, incoming, whether a stone eyebrow lifted in Atlantic judgment. Drizzle renews its contract, relenting hours, never specified. You watch seabirds arrow inland, their bellies full of causeway secrets. Underfoot, slate yields to cloister earth, soft as powdered time. The transition needs no fanfare. One breath you're walking waves the next. Holiness. Jackdaws resume their bickering, faithful as monks at Compline. A shimmer reveals itself near the tower base, perhaps glass, perhaps quartz. Stoop to look, but tide's song and rain's fingers nudge you, that first slate slab, feels colder than expected, like pressing bare skin against fridge metal. Barnacles grip stone furiously, tiny castles built on an unwilling kingdom. Each step reveals more teeth, the causeway's jagged grin breaking through mist and sand. Century upon century of tides have polished these edges, smoothing slate into sea glass without erasing their bite. Moss paints the submerged sections, velvet green tendrils swaying like drowned hair. Your boot hesitates above a tidal pool, its surface doubling your face into funhouse distortion. Something skitters below, a crab fleeing the shadow of your soul. 1,200 years ago, monks hauled granite blocks across these same stones, their sandals slapping damp slate 100,000 times. Historians still argue whether they chose slate for piety or because local quarries refused to donate better rock. Air smells different here, less mud stink, more ozone, and ancient wetness. Waves hiss against causeway flanks, white foam spitting at your ankles. That green weed looks inviting, tempting as carpet, but slides underfoot like buttered eels. Almost lose balance, windmilling arms, inventing new curse words for maritime architects. Catch yourself, heart-punching ribs like an angry tenant behind rent walls. Write no more admiring flora while moving. Focus on barnacle patterns instead, their calcified swirls mapping chaotic constellations. Locals whisper that certain stones migrate at night, creeping oceanward to eavesdrop on mermaid gossip. None are out of place today, unless you count the one tilted like a drunk's hat. Step over its mossy crown, toes curling inside damp socks. Halfway across, pause where tide rush would drown your knees at high water. Here, the causeway widens slightly, a courtesy rest stop for panting pilgrims. Salt crusts the central stones, shimmering white like dandruff on a giant's scalp. Touch the residue, fingertips tingling with dissolved centuries. Cistercians sang psalms during crossings, their voices battling wind to stay on key. Imagine chants bouncing off waves, holy karaoke swallowed by sea roar. Your hood escapes again, wind plucking at drawstrings like a mischievous sprite. Give up. Let Atlantic fingers tangle your hair into seagrass art. 7 oyster catchers arrow overhead, black and white feathers, sharp as piano keys. They screech disapproval, enforcers of coastal noise ordinances. Below, crevices between stones boil with trapped water. Each retreating wave sucks pebbles backward, rat-a-tat percussion for the oyster catcher's shrill solo. Bend to watch a hermit crab swap shells, upgrading from cramped studio to slightly less cramped studio. Its claws wave, tiny realtor, celebrating the transaction. Remember 12th century records mention travelers drowning here, caught midway by sneaker tides. No bodies ever found, just empty satchels washing ashore weeks later. Modern theorists blame swirling currents, but old widows muttered about kelpies dragging men down to watery halls. You check the horizon, no horse-like shapes in the breakers. Just gulls riding updrafts, feathered hitchhikers going nowhere. A flat stone begs for skimming, its edges worn smooth by patient surf. Flick it sideways, watch hop skip jump over 4 waves before sinking. Prime medieval entertainment, beating Latin lessons by miles. 3 jumps meant good luck, 4 meant the devil knew your name. Your devil remains anonymous for now. When waves retreat, listen. The causeway sings, water gurgling through stone gaps, a liquid choir rehearsing forgotten hymns. Barnacles vibrate, with each note nature's own tuning forks. Leopard-spotted limpets cling tighter, unimpressed morticians waiting for the performance to end. Dig a fingernail into weed moss, its chlorophyll scent sharp as snapped celery. Monks harvested this for poultices, glaucous goo smeared on blisters and soul wounds. Your own blister protests, a hot coin fused to your heel. Ignore it. Holy men suffered worse for their faith. Rain comes sideways now, needles stitching sea to skin. Hood flips inside out, blindfolding you with wet nylon. Swear gently, peel the fabric back to see the Abbey closer. Lichen stains its remaining walls, yellow and emerald patinas glowing through drizzle. The causeway rises slightly here, archenemy turf, surrendering to holy ground. Last 10 steps, barnacles give way to crumbling mortar. Your souls meet man-made stone, rough slabs quarried by long-dead hands. Touch the Abbey's lowest course, granite chilled despite summer air. Shivers climb your spine, not from cold, but the weight of 900 winters piled against these walls. Wind shifts, bringing peat smell from coastal hills. The tidal choir fades behind, replaced by rasping grasses and far-off curlews. Turn back briefly. See your path dissolving into incoming mist. The causeway sinks beneath rising tide, 1 stone at a time, like an old man easing into bathwater. Green weed waves goodbye, submerging loyal until next low tide. Salt lingers on your tongue, briny proof of passage. Pull loose seaweed from your boot tread, offer it to the wall's lowest crevice. Some traditions need no psalms, just silent gifts for silent stones. Above, jackdaws circle the broken bell tower. Their jagged calls slice the drizzle black notes on wet paper sky. You inhale ruin dust and ocean, lungs filling with filtered time. Rain softens, no longer needles, just moth-wing taps on your shoulders. The final slab waits, moss-cushioned and angled like a beggar's palm. Step onto Abbey earth proper, tidal realm relinquishing its claim. Mud still clings to boots, 4 ounces of seafloor hitchhiking into sanctified space. Scrape it off reluctantly, earth offering to earth. Somewhere behind, a stone shifts underwater, low-grown, half-drowned by waves. Might be tidal pressure, might be old pilgrim bones settling. Don't look back. The causeway sleeps now, resting before its next apparition. Your footprints already blur, saltwater erasing modern trespass. Jackdaws fall silent, heads cocked toward your intrusion. Rain mutes their feathers, turning black to bishop's purple. Beneath the tower, a quartz pebble gleams half buried, milky white against dark soil. Pocket it before they notice. Tactile souvenir for later. Wind rifles through your pockets, theft thwarted by zippers and Velcro. It keens through empty windows, instead, mouthless mouth, shaping vowel-less prayers. You stand where sand meets sanctity, boots dripping Causeway secrets onto monastic dust. Fingers find that whelk shell from miles back, still pressed against your thigh. Its spiral remains perfect, an ongoing argument between water and stone. 3 deep breaths, salt and ruin, and dew mixing in your throat. Across the returning waves, the mainland shrinks into a smudged pencil line. Isolated, but not alone. Tide's whispers follow you still, hissing through Abbey cracks in aquatic gossip. You turn the whelk shell once in your palm, the sea's voicemail recorded in calcium. Distance yawns where solid stone once lay, mercury, waves swallowing the path hole. Re-entry becomes tomorrow's problem. For now, lichen greets your palm, rough braille, spelling welcome, wanderer weaponless. The outermost arch frames, incoming, whether a stone eyebrow lifted in Atlantic judgment. Drizzle renews its contract, relenting hours, never specified. You watch seabirds arrow inland, their bellies full of Causeway secrets. Underfoot, slate yields to cloister earth, soft as powdered time. The transition needs no fanfare. One breath you're walking waves the next. Holiness. Jackdaws resume their bickering, faithful as monks at Compline. A shimmer reveals itself near the tower base, perhaps glass, perhaps quartz. Stoop to look, but tide's song and rain's fingers nudge you toward the archway's deepening shadow. Pied wagtails greet you first, their black and white tails pumping like overeager windshield wipers. They dart between tidal streams, feathered bureaucrats, inspecting every puddle for violations. Listen, their chiswick calls scold slow-moving insects, nature's own impatient food critics. Marsh grass unfolds ahead, a golden carpet rolled out for some phantom king. Each blade wears salt crust, delicate frostings left by yesterday's high tide. Bend close, catch whiffs of wet rust and decomposition. No bouquet ever sold in village shops. That's the scent of land arguing with sea, an eternal real estate feud. Your boots sink slightly, a quicksand-light experience, minus the Hollywood panic. Peat gurgles beneath your weight, swampy whispers, digesting last century's storms. Experts think medieval monks farmed salt here, raked crusts from tidal pools for preserving cod. Probably why nearby villages still call this monk's pantry, though all that remains are ghost flavors in the mud. A curlew swoops low, its curved beak aimed like a tiny scimitar. That cry, like a squeaky gate swung by regretful ghosts, hangs in the damp air. Locals swear they mimic drowned sailors' voices, error messages from the afterlives, spam folder. You count 5 more spiraling overhead, ungainly flight paths of drunk kites. Tidal channels weave through the mire, creating temporary islands perfect for misplacing boots. Step carefully. What looks solid often hides hollows of black soup. Leap, a narrow stream, ankles groaning at the gymnastics. Some 12th century joker carved stepping stones here, now just algae-slicked traps for unwary ankles. Lichen paints, rotten fence posts, blue-green, abandoned guardrails for sheep that never come. Spiderwebs, jeweled with dew stretch between them. Communist redistribution systems for morning light. Poke one, it rebounds like a trampoline for ants. Forgotten craftsmanship holding firm. Sunlight fractures through mist, spotlighting a pool, bright as liquid mercury. Peer in sea-drowned clouds, and your own warped face grinning back. Something bubbles below, probably methane, not the Loch Ness Monster's Welsh cousin, though some Victorian journals mention marshlights that followed walkers, will-o'-wisps hungry for company. Hunker down, watch water beetles skate the surface like tiny oil tankers. Their leg ripples intersect, vanishing equations written in liquid math. 17th century naturalists thought they carried souls across to the underworld. Taxi service for dead gnats. A mosquito larva wriggles past, nature's dystopian toothbrush. Knees protest the crouch, reminding you middle age ignores scenic views. Stand, stretch, tidal mud sucks at your soles like needy toddlers. Pull free with a squelch, the marsh's wet kiss staining your laces. Turn, see your boot prints already filling with murky water, amnesiac earth forgetting you fast. Wind combs the grass, revealing hidden white fragments half buried in peat. Grab one, a sheep's femur polished by seasons and salt. Finger its smooth curve, agricultural relics outlasting stone walls. Record says 800 sheep grazed here before the great drowning of 1,320. Historians still argue whether climate change or lazy shepherds drown the flocks. Rain begins needle pricks, so fine they seem imagined. Lift your face, let droplets freckle your skin with marsh-made makeup. Hoods ruin the immersion. This drizzle deserves direct contact. A wagtail eyes you from a post, judging your rain appreciation technique. To your left, rusted iron pokes through reeds, a lost trawler's ribcage rotting ashore. Barnacles crust its edges, squatters who never paid rent kick it gently, flakes of orange drift down like toxic snow. Ship's name a lens, hope still visible, local records show it vanished smuggling French brandy in 1812. Captain's ghost probably still haunts Bordeaux warehouses. Marsh hawks cruise the periphery, brown shadows hoping you'll flush out breakfast. Their screeches pierce the fog, angry housewives yelling at lazy hunters. One dives emerges with a wriggling vole, fast food grabbed mid-scream. Tide shifts, you feel it more than hear it, pressure changing in your inner ear. Streams reverse direction, south flowing becoming north flowing, like commuters changing subway lines. A crab emerges sideways, its bubble bladder mouth muttering crustacean curses. Give it right of way, discretion beats valor in sticky situations. Sandpipers join the wagtail patrol, pecking mud like typewriter keys, stuck on repeat. Their legs move faster than thought, clockwork toys wound too tight. Wonder if they ever trip avian slapstick for bored eels. Light shifts, gold retreating before pewter clouds, muscling inland. Suddenly, the marsh feels older, wetter, hungrier. Pluck a grass stem, suck its sour salty sap. Monks brewed this into cough syrup, holy robitussin laced with grit. Find a dryish hummock, sit cross-legged amidst buttercups, nodding furiously. Rain strengthens, drumming your jacket hood like miniature bongo players. Pull out that whelk shell from your pocket, hold it to your ear. Hearsay promises ocean sounds, but you get distorted wind and pulse thumps. Placebo effects can't all be winners. Something glints in the grass, half hidden like pirate treasure for ants. Dig it up, a musket ball blackened by peat and time. Finger its weight, 3 centuries compressed into a lead marble. Drop it, listen for a thud that never comes. The marsh swallows history whole. 4 crows land nearby, their committee meeting, debating your intrusion. Motionless, you pass for quirky statuary until a sneaky itch ruins the act. They scatter cawing complaints about substandard scarecrows. Wading deeper, water reaches your shins, boots officially sacrificed to the cause. Cold seeps through seams, sock fabric clinging like disappointed leeches. Ahead, the marsh bleeds into salt flats, mirrors for clouds hurrying westward. Footing vanishes entirely, now you're thigh-deep in lukewarm brine. Reeds whisper against your hips, green sentinels guarding deeper channels. Turn back before your pockets become aquariums. Retreat leaves a V-shaped scar on the water's skin. Back on solidish ground, a stone hut skeleton emerges from fog. 3 walls remain roofless, charred rafters clawing at sky. Arson or lightning strike, no one remembers, just another layer in the peat stratigraphy. Shove the door, it collapses inward, centuries of rot finally retiring. Inside, find initials carved on beams, T. J. 1773, some shepherd's dry joke. Graffiti outlasts governments. Take notes, revolutionaries. Spiderwebs drape every corner, dusty bridal veils for invisible grooms. Rain finds gaps between clouds. Sunbeams strafe the marsh like spotlighting snipers. Steam rises where light meets water, the ground exhaling stored breath. For 10 seconds, rainbow fragments dance above buttercups, prisms misplaced by careless angels. Your stomach growls loud enough to startle a nearby egret. It glares offended that biological needs interrupt its meditation. Time to retreat toward the Abbey. Let the marsh keep its soggy secrets. Last glance back. The wagtails still bob their metronome tails. Curlews wheel higher, their cries fraying into gauzy silence. Marsh grass gilds itself in dying light, preparing for star-fed darkness. You turn squelching toward higher ground, each step extracting itself with a tired kiss. 3 stones mark a vague path, chalk white against peat's black sponge. Stack them as you pass, adding height to this anonymous cairn. Tomorrow's walkers might add another slow sculpture built by strangers' hands. Halfway to the Abbey walls, you twist for a final look. The marsh swims in evening haze, already erasing your passage. Only the cairn stands witness, small teeth biting the horizon. A single curlew glides over the reeds, its silhouette sharp as cut-out grief. You watch until mist eats its shape, leaving just silvered echoes. Hood up now, rain's rhythm syncs with your walking tempo. Boots find drier earth. Stiff sedge replaces yielding peat. Behind the salt marsh sinks back into itself, a self-zipping archive. Ahead, the Abbey's broken arches loom their shadows, knitting a welcome from twilight. The stone beneath your boot wobbles, its moss-slick surface betraying trust, built over a dozen steps. You freeze, arms helicoptering like a drunk tightrope walker, before finding purchase on a neighboring rock. Balance returns, along with the Abbey's silhouette mocking you from deeper mist. Midway now, where high tide drowns this path twice daily, fishermen's almanacs swear the stone spine disappears under 20 feet of brine, enough to dunk a cathedral spire. No railings guard the edges, just murky water whispering lunch invitations to careless ankles. Pause, if only to let your pulse settle. Horizons stretch here, unbroken by fences or rooftops. True emptiness, if you ignore the oyster catchers bombing past like airport shuttle trains. Their orange beaks stab air, black-white wings frantic against the gray. Historians still argue whether this causeway served monks or mackerel merchants, but those birds couldn't care less. One lands nearby, legs comically stick-thin beneath its stocky body. It screeches, a fire alarm protesting your existence, then snips a crab shell wedged between stones. Experts think 6th century Welsh warlords collected oyster taxes here, payment in shellfish instead of coins. Imagine armored thugs checking mollusk quality like supermarket inspectors. Your bootlace unravels defection in progress, crouched to retie it, knees popping like bubble wrap. This close, the tidal stink punches harder. Rotting kelp, fermented plankton, rusty chains forgotten below. Some Victorian ghost hunter swore brine-preserved voices, said drowned sailors sang through cracks in the rocks, probably just gas escaping the seabed, but you hold your breath anyway. A wave slaps the causeway, spray icing your cheek. Scratch the salt itch, feel grit grind against skin. Monks hauled barrels of ale across these stones. Balance prayers muttered with every slippery step. Records say 3 kegs washed away during the April feast of 1149. A tragedy that inspired stricter brewery carts. Sunlight tears through clouds, blinding you for 3 watery blinks. Pebbles glisten suddenly, wet coal becoming strewn jewels. Pull out that stolen Abbey pamphlet, already dissolving in your pocket to papier-mâché pulp. Smooth it over a rock, watch ink bleed into Rorschach blots. Is that St. David, or a sheep sneezing, staring back? Wind rifles through your clothes, searching for unguarded gaps. Zip the jacket, feeling like a sub-sandwich, sealed against freshness. Those oyster catchers haven't quit yelling, their cacophony bouncing off the water. Locals call them tidings birds, claim spotting 7 brings storms. 11 means sunny days. This morning, you passed 23 and lost count. Check the tide clock on your phone, saltwater fogging the screen. Minus 90 minutes until the sea reclaims everything. Enough time if you move faster than a sedated sloth. Twist your heel, listen to barnacles crunch underfoot, tiny armored cities failing their structural inspections. Wipe muck onto your jeans, palming away evidence. Guilt flares brief as a struck match before vanishing like footsteps in current. Ahead, the causeway narrows, stones tilting like bad dental crowns. Place each foot sideways, ballerina steps for the clumsy. 19th century engineers glued iron braces here, their rusted bolts stick out like drunken piercings. One grazes your shin, drawing first blood for the causeway's toll. Slate wobbles, your stomach lurching towards esophagus. Grab the protruding edge, fingernails meeting razor-sharp muscle shells. Wince, hiss, balance. 3 quick breaths steady the vertigo. Maybe those monks crawled this bit on penitent knees, spine protection versus piety. A scrape of metal, then a hollow clank from below. Peer over the edge, spot a bicycle frame tangled in emerald weed fronds. Some poor sod peddled this route during the 1953 tidal surge. Wedern hasn't forgiven the council yet for inadequate warnings. Turns dive bomb nearby, scream laughing at your timid progress. They spear silver fish mid-swoop, aerial assassins with 0 table manners. Drop an undigested fish head near your boot, gift or taunt, you decide. Lichen paints the next rock blood red. Touch it, the stain smears fake gore across your thumb. Edwardian tourists painted fake ruins here, adding atmosphere for their long exposure cameras. 6 artists got swept off trying to romanticize quicksand. Horizon clouds bruise purple, a weather tantrum brewing offshore. Feel the air thicken, your jacket flaps becoming sails. Squint towards the Abbey, 60 uneven stones ahead. The saints whisper hurry up or swim for it. Crouch for rest, your thigh muscles quivering like plucked guitar strings. Oyster catchers melt into the gloom, their safety meeting adjourned. Only the wind remains, whistling through barnacle gaps, mournful flutes playing for absent pilgrims. A stone shifts underfoot, its grinding protest echoing off the water. Jump back expecting collapse, but the slab settles. Centuries of wedging things together holds fast. Let your weight down slow, trust, resumed like tentative lovers. Sunlight dies, the world dims to pewter soup. Pull out your dying phone flashlight, its beam weak as a weary firefly. Battery blinks red, just enough to spot the next stepping stone, a mossy gray tongue sticking out. Fat raindrops pelt your forehead, cold pinpricks jump-starting reflexes. Hood up wards off 10% of the assault. Fabric clings to ears, muffling your own breath into sea static. Turn sideways, Watch a ferry's distant lights crawl the horizon. Too far to save you, too near to ignore. Modern life insists on waving from the sidelines. The final causeway stones slope upward, slicker from centuries of algae love. Grooves scar their surfaces, generations of ropes hauling supplies, or dragging drunk monks home. Some still argue whether St. Pattern's sandal print indents that middle slab, or just a clumsy quarryman's mischisel. Your soul slips, momentum carrying you chest first onto jagged rock. Catch yourself, palms scraped, raw knees singing alleluias. Grit teeth stand. Pain will make a great pub story if you survive to order pint. Lightning cracks, delayed thunder rattles molars. The storm lands like an invading fleet, rain sheets sideways, needle-thin daggers seeking eyes. 5 steps remain ledge to barnacled safety, then dryish ruin walls. Leap the last gap, boots slapping onto weed-cushioned sand. Collapse against the Abbey's outer wall, granite cold against spine. Laugh, sudden and wild, the giddy relief of cheated fate. Behind the causeway vanishes stroke by stroke, swallowed whole by a ravenous tide. Salt coats your lips, metallic victory, tang. A lighthouse winks in the gathering gloom, faithful old scatterbrain still doing its job. Dig in your pocket, find that quartz pebble safe despite chaos. Squeeze, its edges bite reassurance into flesh. Rain cleans the salt from your hands anew, each drop writing histories that vanish upon landing. Boots squelch toward the shadowed archway, your breath pluming false smoke signals. A heavy oak door looms ahead, iron ring clenched in some sculptor's frozen scream. Reach, the deed makes pilgrims out of fools. The iron ring bites your palm, icy even through glove leather, as you haul the door inward. It screeches, a sound fraying every nerve left standing after the causeway's abuse. Step over the threshold, boot scuffing, grooves worn by 900 years of desperate pilgrims. Your shadow stretches ahead, a stretch taffy silhouette sliding across rubble-strewn flagstones. Roofless arches claw at gunmetal clouds, their jagged outlines like broken harp strings against the sky. Lichen crawls up sandstone blocks. Chartreuse, tattoos chronicling centuries of salt and neglect. No ceiling remains, only weather's endless sermon pouring through the void. Your chest tightens, air thick with the damp perfume of surrendered dreams. Move past a leaning column, its shadow splashed like spilled ink over moss-carpeted steps. Touch the stone, slick under fingertips, and imagine monks sleeping 3 to a cell where nettles now reign. Records claim 40 brothers lived here, sustained by fish and faith, until King Henry's men clawed the lead from their roof. Their voices linger, though whispers caught between mortar cracks, when storms roll east from Ireland. Pigeons erupt from the nave, wingbeats clapping like a bored audience's half-hearted applause. Track their flight, watch white droppings graffiti the headless saint statue below. Its outstretched hand holds only rain, sky baptism pooling in its cracked stone palm. Look close, spot modern coins glinting in holy grime. Someone left euros here, optimism or stupidity. You're still deciding. Cross towards the choir, where sunlight cuts through tracery like ghostly spotlights. Your boots crunch oyster shells, underfoot leftover snacks from Victorian picnickers, memorializing ruin. Historians still debate if this abbey hosted St. Patrick or merely recycled his myths for better donations. Either way, the donation box is now a habitat for woodless. A gargoyle scowls down, weathered into a grumpy old man's profile, moss dripping from his nose like perpetual green snot. 19th century tourists drew mustaches on him, their vandalism faded to faint graphite streaks. Laugh and frame a mental photo, caption it medieval Karen demands to speak to heaven's manager. Wind tugs your hood back, whirling through the apse in chilly eddies. It moans around the remaining column stumps, playing them like panpipes for an invisible congregation. Some swear storm nights wake the chants, Latin syllables surfacing in wind howls. Scientists blame coastal acoustics, but why argue with a good ghost story? Kick a pebble, watch it skitter into a depression worn smooth by kneeling. Maybe penitents ground this groove with endless rosaries, or maybe sheep scratched their wool here. Centuries blur devotion and boredom, leave similar marks. Your jeans soak through kneeling, sponging up tidal damp that's older than steam engines. Rain resumes, thin drizzle misting your face as you retreat under a surviving vault fragment. Lean against flaking plaster, touch faded red pigment surviving in the grooves. Historians identified this as 12th century vermilion, crushed from Afghan minerals by monks clueless about supply chain ethics. Past the crossing, a spiral staircase clings to the north wall, its steps crumbling like stale wedding cake. Peer up through its spiraling throat, spot jackdaws eyeing you from their twiggy penthouse. A feather drifts down, a black quill pen offering unsigned confessions. Turn instead toward the chapter house, its tiled floor carpeted in sheep droppings and sea thrift. Squint, decipher names carved by Georgian travelers in the doorway. Josiah Higgs, 1792, shares space with Megan Hart Tom No, regrets 2004. Human itch for immortality, still clinging within these dying stones. Sunlight fractures through parting clouds, suddenly gilding the broken east window. Step into its warmth, golden light pooling at your feet like liquefied hope. Raise your arms, baptize your salt-stiff sleeves in the unexpected benediction. The cold recedes briefly. A warrior, saints whisper against your neck. Footfalls echo behind you, spin around heart jolting against ribs. Only a gull struts over rubble, cocking its head, as if demanding admission tickets. Toss it your last granola crumb, rewarding its dedication to tourist harassment. Breeze shifts, bringing peat smoke from the mainland village. Normal life, close yet untouchable across the drowning causeway. Trace the Abbey wall's edge, fingertips snagging on fossil shells embedded in limestone. Time's alchemy turned Jurassic seabed into monk's fortress, then your damp refuge. Stoop to enter a low doorway couldn't fit a basketball player without beheading them. Inside, the scriptorium's last standing wall bears ink stains. Or is that mold? Imagine scribes shivering here, fingers blue as they copied psalms by flickering tallow light. Their parchment pages held squid ink constellations, now lost to Welsh humidity's hunger. On the floor, a flat stone etched with game boards. Experts think medieval novices played 9 men's Morris here between prayers. You sketch the grid with a wet fingertip, strategies forgotten, rules lost. Toss your quartz pebble onto the center square, a solitary player in timeless recess. Outside, waves boom louder as tide climbs. Hunger pinches your gut, belatedly mourning that sandwich lost during the Causeway's wobbly ballet. Rummage through your bag, find a smashed energy bar fused to its wrapper. Feast like a king conquering Rome, if Rome was mostly oats and regret. The western wall still shows graffiti from World War II soldiers, their boot polish signatures immortalizing boredom before D-Day drills. Below them, someone's knife carved Rhiannon Waite's letters, uneven with urgency or cold. Wonder if she ever stopped waiting. Wind sneaks under your collar, goose flesh rising in protest. Pull out that pamphlet again, its pulp now resembling abstract seaweed art. Try unfolding St. David's bio, only to lose his face to a rogue raindrop. Pocket the remains, sacrificed to the same damp that ate the monk's library. Suddenly, the cell phone vibrates in your pocket. 3 whole bars, modernity's miracle punching through medieval stone. Let it ring, feeling stubborn, until voicemail swallows the intrusion. Silence feels sacred here, even when composed of gull shrieks and wave hiss. Light fades quicker now, bruise-toned clouds swallowing the Abbey's jagged outline. Drag abandoned driftwood into the nave's shelter, build a pathetic pyramid begging for fire. Your matches resist, strike 3 before a flame licks the salt-cured kindling. Flutter your palms over the newborn blaze, skin grateful as it crawls back from numbness. Shadows leap up broken walls, dancing their tarantella on stone. This hearth once simmered with monastery stew. Now it warms one trespasser with delusions of purpose. High tide smothers the causeway, a boiling inkwell where safe passage existed hours ago. The Abbey's island status reasserts itself, waves gnawing its edges like wolves testing fence lines. Lean back against lichen, hearing the beat of the sea, the rhythm monks called God's own pulse. Stars pierce the cloud gaps, flares from 14-billion-year-old furnaces. Forget constellations. Trace instead where roof beams once braced their lumbered shoulders against infinity. Frost prickles the air, each breath a plume of transient ghosts. Pull your hood snug, cocooning against the Atlantic's exhalations. The fire pops and settles, the Abbey's stone holding the day's meager warmth like a beggar hoarding crumbs. The fire's warmth hardly reaches your toes, Atlantic chill creeping under your waterproof claims. Those dragon carvings flanking the doorway seem grumpier by night, weather-blunted snouts turned toward the storm. One's missing an eye socket filled with fossilized gull, crap some romantic mistook for dragon pearls. You scoot closer to the flames, your cheap raincoat reeking of melted synthetic fibers. Medieval masons designed these entry arches extra low, forcing invaders to duck, while monks bonked their heads, passive-aggressive architecture at its finest. Trace a finger over the dragon's flank, centuries of salt wind have filed its scales to mere suggestions. 9th century Vikings thought these carvings were actual petrified beasts. They left an iron axe head as tribute, still rusting in the Abbey Museum. Your fingernail catches on a crude TH. SB scratched into the stone. 10th century love, now eroded to graffiti ghosts. Wind shrieks through the roofless choir, tossing your fire's embers towards starless voids. Historians confirmed Henry VII's men pried off the lead roofing in 1538. But locals swear they heard the saints' statues weeping as the rain first hit them. Dry your damp socks near the flames, hoping medieval ghosts appreciate modern moisture-wicking technology. A wave slams the seawall below, its boom vibrating through your spine. The dragons were carved from limestone freighted here by Breton stonemasons, their original paint long eaten by storms. Some fringe theorists claim their posture matches constellation Draco, aligning with certain saints' feast days. Honestly, they look less majestic and more like disgruntled Komodo dragons left out in the rain. Your dying fire paints fluttering shadows across the eroded saints. One statue's face got sandblasted into a featureless oval, giving it an eerie VR headset vibe. Rain sneaks through its hollow eyes, dripping down the carved robe onto your boot. Whoops, should have parked farther left. Dig out that squashed energy bar, its chocolate coating, now a tragic mudslide across oatmeal filler. Chew while studying the doorway's lintel. Carpenters embedded whale vertebrae into the stone here, sea giants sacrificed to shore up human vanity. One vertebra still shows butcher marks where someone hacked off blubber between holy hammer swings. A sudden gust pirouettes your hood into goblin mode. Fix it, glancing up at stars, finally piercing the cloud cover. Historians still argue whether these dragons warded off evil spirits or just scared drunk sailors from relieving themselves in the holy entryway. Given the puddle by your left boot, maybe update the strategy. Shuffle sideways to dodge a leaking arch. Your elbow brushes something cold and metallic, a rusty hinge clinging to petrified wood. This pivot once swung a 5-ton oak door reinforced with iron bands. Monks sealed themselves in during winter storms, listening to waves gnaw the walls like a hungry god's molars. Your phone glows with a weather alert, 3 days of gales incoming. Toss another salt-cured plank on the fire. Flames hiss at damp wood, arguing like an old married couple. Imagine 16th century brothers huddled here, choir robes over long johns, complaining about the abbot's cheap wine ration. Curl tighter inside your sleeping bag, its synthetic lining crinkling like pirate treasure maps. A drip lands on your forehead with infuriating accuracy. Some claim the Abbey's central well connects to an undersea cave where a spectral monk fishes for blind crustaceans. Scientists found it's just groundwater contaminated with 12th century latrine runoff. Romance dead again. The remaining dragon's wing gleams suddenly, moonlight escaping a cloud to spotlight its curve. Touch the stone cold and a bit slimy, but humming with the memory of chisels. Craftsmen who carved this died before Columbus sailed, their names lost to every record except rain-softened limestone. Your fire surrenders to a sizzling heap of orange embers. No more wood, just semi-charred kelp someone once mistook for driftwood. Pull that emergency foil blanket around your shoulders. Now officially a space burrito at Wales' worst campground. High tide booms rhythmically against the cliffs below. Close your eyes, feel the vibration through stone. Every 7th wave hits harder. Monks used it to time their midnight prayers. Your watch ticks louder here, seconds stretching like monks' winter shadows on refectory walls. Waves retreat, exposing a million wet pebbles screaming like tortured ghosts, firmly in top 10 creepy beach sounds, right between dying seagulls and smugglers' whispered arguments. Scoot deeper into the doorway's recess, its arched back reflecting fire warmth like a spectral embrace. That quartz pebble in your pocket digs into your thigh time to reposition. Sand grinds under your sleeping pad, 14th century dust meeting 21st century plastic. Imagine pilgrims sleeping right here, dreaming of salvation, while fleas partied in their beards. Progress means synthetic fibers and fewer parasites, small victories. Sleep ambushes you mid-thought, dragging you under before the next wave crashes. Dreams twist with stone saints, offering energy bars. Dragons complaining about their arthritis. Monks wagering oyster shells on dice games. Somewhere, a bell rings underwater, its bronze tongue choked by seaweed. Dawn arrives as a gray yawn behind the smoke-stained clouds. Your neck stiff as the remaining dragons posture, proof you aren't 20 anymore. Unfold limbs, groaning like the Abbey's last hinge, facing another gale. Outside, the Causeway hides under green-white fury. That's one way to extend your pilgrimage, whether you like it or not. Gulls scream past the roofless transept, their arguments louder than any medieval choir. Laugh your voice startlingly human amid nature's chaos. Carved dragons endure another sunrise, salt crust whitening their flanks like premature frost. Touch the doorway one last time before retreating deeper into the ruins, your palm mapping grooves worn by vanished hands. The sea keeps count, boom, another wave, another hour lost. You duck beneath the collapsed archway, the cloister's skeleton opening like a stone ribcage. Sunlight floods where slate once sheltered monks from sideways rain. Your boots crunch over nettles, now carpeting holy walkways. Nature's upgrade package, thorny carpeting included. No 5-star Pilgrim reviews expected. Wooden beams once spanned these walls, hauled from Ireland before England had proper pubs. Medieval builders planted them during Lent, fasting cheeks hollow as they hoisted oak. The grooves where timber rested now cradle pigeons, their droppings frosting the stone like toxic icing. Step carefully between nettle patches, their jagged leaves itching the air. Walls once echoed with Gregorian chants, now only jackdaws bicker about stolen twigs. Touch the carvings along the arcade, saints' faces erased by centuries of salty thumbs. One looks like your Uncle Frank mid-sneeze, holy dignity lost to weather's prank. A fat bee bumbles from a thistle flower, clumsy as a novice monk after Vespers wine. Watch it vanish into ivy choking the north wall, nature's victory lace over human ambition. Victorian tourists claimed nettle stings here cured arthritis. Hence all the masochists trampling sacred greens. Sit on a fallen column, its surface warmed like fresh bread despite the ruin. Rain pools in its carved grooves, mirroring cloud shapes the original stonecutters never saw. Monks paced these paths for exercise, 4 sides representing the gospel's harmony. Their wool hems brushed these stones raw, decades of devotion, wearing trenches softer than water. Your finger finds graffiti, W. Tud, 1743, carved deep near the base. Some sheep farmer's eternity marker, outlasting the Abbey's Latin hymns. Kick a pebble, it skitters across what was once the herb garden. Historians still argue whether they grew medicinal monkshood or just really bitter cabbage. Sunlight hits the south wall, suddenly spotlighting a faded fresco. Fleshy pink angels flake off the plaster, their trumpets eaten by damp. Must have been jolting color when new, a divine acid trip in monastic gray. Duck as a startled pigeon dive bombs your head, avian feedback on your art critique. The east walls crumbled entirely, offering a premium view of the sheep-shit-splattered hillside. Medieval drainage pipes poke from the rubble. Holy gutter system sounds like a bad Christian band name. Archaeologists found 900 oyster shells buried here. Turns out Friday fasts inspired creative shellfish accounting. Wind riffles your hood, flapping it like a lazy seagull wing. 14th century monks built a wooden ceiling here, lasting roughly until the next bad Tuesday storm. Pull your jacket tighter, suddenly respecting hoodless brothers facing winter gales. Carved faces stare from the remaining pillars, their eyeballs hollowed by time into unblinking voids. One sports a seaweed mustache, marine vandalism, redecorating sacred art. 400 years ago, pilgrims kissed these carvings till lips bled. You settle for a respectful nod, modern devotion, means hand sanitizer and emotional distance. Shuffle along the western arcade. Rain-slick weeds testing your tread's commitment. Step where the abbot's private garden sprouted, now a mush of snails and yellow grasses. Legends claim midnight mandrakes screamed here when uprooted, but it was probably just drunken novices pulling carrots. A ladybug traverses your sleeve, tiny spotted hitchhiker, mapping red highways. Flick it toward a thistle, instant upgrade from polyester to penthouse suite. The cloister's original sundial lies, cracked underfoot. Time literally crushed under your boot. Score 1 for mortality. Pause where the brothers' graves once lined the walk. Centuries of shuffle-footed prayers compacting soil. Their bones were dug up during dissolution, tossed into the bay like bad seafood. Only the abbot got a coffin, his skeleton later found clutching a faded love poem. Monastic drama eternal. Lean against a patch of wall that feels warmer like flesh beneath limestone skin. Sun shifts, revealing Roman numerals scratched by a window's edge. A prisoner's tally. Bored scribe counting sheep. Mystery outlives answers here, preferring the company of silence. Your shadow stretches across the cloister floor, noonday ghost joining the procession of absent monks. Swallow, a yawn fatigue clinging like the damp in these stones. Being reverence exhausting work, sainthood needs better recliners. Sniff the air, crushed nettles mix with ocean rot and your own unwashed socks. 9th century monks boiled lavender here to cover farts during prayers. Eyes drift shut, imagine droning Latin psalms interrupted by butt trumpet solos. A raindrop nails your eyelid, sky's sniper, ending the meditation. Laugh, the sound bouncing off arches that once amplified whispered confessions. Your mirth dissolves into wind, unrecorded by any chronicle. Dig out your water bottle, last lukewarm sip tasting like plastic and pilgrimage. The Abbey's well sits under broken tiles, frog-filled, now despite saints' blessings. 12 pilgrims died drinking from it in 1349. Turns out cholera beats holy water in every bracket. Grass pokes through cracks near your boot, green swords piercing Norman stonework. Nature mocks human permanence, dandelions cracking papal decrees with taproots. Step back, admire the ivy's slow conquest paratroopers in chlorophyll fatigues. The original roof was lead. Henry VII's men tore it down to make bullets. Some claim moonlight shone through its holes like a constellation map. But mostly, it just dripped on everyone's soup. Your stomach growls, breaking the cloisters quiet like a masonry fart. Check your snack stash. Only a lint-coated mint from 2019 remains. Bon appetit asceticisms, overrated without granola bars. Glance upward, clouds stitch the open ceiling like woolly bishops mending divine trousers. Reindeers hammer exposed stone, liquid nails, rebuilding what they once destroyed. Move toward the chapter house ruins, your next involuntary stop on this soggy time tour. Puddles splash your shins, cold baptism for the faithless. Turn for one last look. Sunlight gilds the cloister's corpse into something almost alive. 3 handprints stain the wall near the exit, modern pilgrims adding their mark to history's wet paint. Resist the urge, your palm stays pocketed. Some altars stay untouched, not out of reverence, but fear they'll crumble under your weight. Wind flings a seagull feather at your face, nature's autograph without the pen. Tuck it behind your ear, temporary halo for the heretic. Your boots squelch onto the transept's corpse, clover cracking flagstones like green lightning. Rain strengthens, needling your scalp through thinning hair. At least monks had hoods. Distant waves boom the sea counting cloister columns as they fall. 7 remain upright, soon 6. Prophecies written in coastal erosion. Stand where coral vows once braided air, cold brine braiding your breath instead. One final drip slips down your neck, sealing the cloister's farewell kiss. You walk toward the roofless choir, waterlogged socks squishing hymns with every step. Dusk leans against the western arch, pressing bruised light onto your path. A raven croaks accusation from a broken buttress. Drop the gull feather. Let wind carry it toward the high altar's ghost. The causeway remains submerged, waves chewing stone dinner with foamy jaws. Your retreat's delayed, cloister shadows swallowing you whole as night takes its throne. Moonlight pries open the ruins once more, ivy gleaming like saintly veins in the dark. Moonlight bounces off wet stones, turning the roofless choir into a bone-white stage for shadows. You stand where painted psalters once screamed color into gray prayer hours. Now reigns the only choir master here. Lean against a crumbling column, rough granite kissing your shoulder blade through thin fabric. Medieval stonemasons hauled these rocks 50 miles, no cranes, just rope burns and collective delusions of grandeur. Wind sneaks through archways, playing the ruins like a wheezy church organ missing half its pipes. Note how the north breeze hums lower, channeled by walls angling toward the vanished altar. Debris from the smashed rose window litters the floor, moon-glinting shards, pretending to be fallen stars. Names escape historians. But this rubble once scattered daylight into ruby halos, convincing peasants that yes, God really enjoys stained glass the most. Kick a loose tile with damp boots, the clack echoing too loud in the ribcage of sacred space. Your soles slide on seaweed blown up from the beach, faith's red carpet, now slimy with tidal leftovers. 3 niches stare empty along the east wall, original saints, long since looted or repurposed as boat anchors. One alcove cradles a rook's nest, feathers and twigs, mocking human notions of permanence. Crouch where the choir stalls once held monks, their bundled robes warming oak planks during winter vigils. Now only snails traverse damp grooves, silver trails mapping the exact spot where Brother Cedric probably nodded off. Legends claim the original signal bell was cast with melted down Viking arm rings, a flex of divine recycling. Cold seeps through your jeans, reminding you monk-grade calluses took years to cultivate. Stand suddenly dizzy from the half-corpse tilt of remaining walls. Historians still argue whether these arches were built taller to amplify chants or dwarf worshippers into pious submission. Listen past the surf's grumble, maybe catch the ghost of a tenor C-sharp clinging to limestone like fossilized breath. Nearby, a cracked puddle mirrors your face sandwiched between clouds, spiritual depth via rainwater and narcissism. Step toward the high altar's corpse lichen, crusting the stone slab like celestial mange. Don't touch. The dark moss leaves a sulfur green smear on curious fingertips. 14th century pilgrims crawled here on bleeding knees. Their reward was viewing a splinter of the one true cross TM. Spoiler, 5 other abbeys claimed the same relic. Medieval grift had bulk discounts. Threadbare velvet once draped this spot. Now rain slicks it into nature's communion wafer. A gust smacks your left ear. Nature's version of a lectern slap for daydreamers. Turn spot barn owls gliding through the broken transept like feathered apostrophes punctuating the dark. White wings flicker pale as the host wafers monks once hid from Welsh tax collectors. One owl perches on a headless saint statue, regurgitating a mouse skull onto weathered toes. Even predators tithe here. Walk, chanting your own blasphemous playlist under your breath, hip-hop beats, feeling sacrilegious against Gregorian ghosts. The night air tastes like cold pennies iron-rich, or maybe it's just the abbey bleeding rust from old nails. Victorians swore this spot, flooded with ectoplasm, at moon zenith, photographic proof turned out to be a servant spilling custard. Pass a gap where the sacristy crumbled, sea-polished pebbles glittering in mortar cracks. Run a hand along frost-edged stones. Granite has better memory than scripture. 12 burial slabs sank into boggy ground, their Latin epitaphs dissolving into worm language. Original floor tiles showed Adam naming seashells, a quirk of theology, now breakfast for toadstools. Stop at the preacher's pulpit stump, stonework, nibbled by salt winds into something hoarse dentistry might reject. Climb onto the Wobble Rock base, sudden emperor of owl droppings and decay. Your shadow stretches 15 feet, a Giacometti figure preaching to drowned pews. Throw your arms wide, coastal wind inflates your jacket into ludicrous wings, church of the ridiculous turn. Jump down ankles complaining, modern joints unfit for divine theater. A crab scuttles over the altar stone, red as a devil's hangnail against moon-pale rock. Priests once hid communion wine under floorboards during raids, proof that holy hydration predates hip flasks. Wiggle a loose tooth in your jaw, human imperfection, gnawing at eternity's edges. The wind dies, brief, quiet, stuffing the ruins like cotton wool in a bell. In that silence, hear the click-scurry of beetles repurposing hymn sheets as condos. Spot light pollution, smearing the southern sky. Dublin's glow, trampling the dark, like a drunk at vespers. Your phone buzzes, pocket lightning, shocking the medieval Messian scene. Resist checking it. Let Netflix notifications wait beside the crab and owls. Wish you'd brought thermos coffee. The Abbey's cold enough to freeze divine mercy solid. Breathe deep. Salt air braids itself around your throat. Scholars debate why the original fish-patterned font faced west. Was it baptism or bait for selkies? Rub sleepless eyes. Sweat salt stings like censer smoke, made personal. Count the crypt holes gaping along the north aisle. 5 dark mouths, hungry for any offering. Viking raiders spared the Abbey in 887, rumor says, because Prior Alaric paid them in fresh oysters and bad mead. Drop a pebble into blackness. Wait 3 Mississippis before it clatters below. Time enough to regret everything petty you've ever done. Sprinkle mint seeds into a mortar crack. Tiny heresy against ruin aesthetics. Tomorrow's rain might grow them, future monks being spearmint-scented agnostics with trust issues. Stretch your spine pops like parchment scrolls being unfurled for audit. Step over fallen masonry, careful as a heretic mid-denial. 3 bats spiral overhead, darting between moonlit columns like unholy ribbon dancers. The western wall still bears scorch marks from the 1536 torching, now textured like lichen-printed wallpaper. Touch blackened patches, charcoal dust greasing your fingerprints with ancestral arson. Kick a pebble, it skips across slick flagstones, earning 0 style points from owl judges. Pull your hood up, winds chanting soprano notes through a clifftop fissure south of the tower. Walk backward, viewing the choir as retreating monks. Did every step a loss of warmth, light, sanctuary. Gulls scream insults from the refectory ruins, feathers ruffled over your invasion of their dive-bar cathedral. Your shadow shrinks as you descend, snuffed by moonlight on the Causeway's creeping tide. One last glance, the roofless choir, now a crown of tilted stones, worn by the night. Silence pools where chance once lived, filling crevices too small for human regrets. The Abbey's final candlewick, your flashlight beam snaps off. You turn squelch of seaweed under boots, marking the path home. Waves chew the submerged causeway, foaming like rabid dogs below starving gulls. Your pocket, quartz digs one last reminder into your thigh, even in darkness. Sharp edges preach perseverance. Lick salt crust off your lips. Holy communion via Atlantic spray and clumsy footsteps. No organ swells, no incense. Only the sea's briny breath drying stiff on your skin. You walk shoreward, shin deep, in the tide's cold laughter, ruined arches shrinking like a bruise behind you. Wind flings sand at your face, martyrdom for tourists who linger too long in sacred places. Your left boot sprouts a hole, salt water seeping in to baptize ignored blisters. North Star winks above the Abbey celestial surveillance for trespassers in time's abandoned choir loft. Footprints fill with brine behind you, history erasing evidence before the moon finishes its cigarette. Causeway stones emerge like wet vertebrae, path home half drowned, but pawing at the sky. A shrimp wriggles in your treadmark, momentary pope of a puddle diocese. Clouds eat the moon darkness, thick as vow silence between nuns. Your hands scrape barnacles, ragged braille, telling tales of tides survived. Lanterns glow in the village across the bay, amber eyes winking, come home, come mundane. Salt cracks your lips when you grin, saint stigmata for certified idiots who walk ruins at midnight. The first raindrop hits like chilled holy water, baptism complete, sins washed shoreward with the kelp. You climb the dune sand, surrendering beneath each step, Abbey, dissolving into a hunchbacked smudge on the horizon. Wind swoops down, snatching your hood back, unveiling you to the night's hungry mouth. Soft rain follows, needling your scalp like 1,000 impatient catechisms. Boots hit asphalt, the modern world's black tongue, licking salt from your soles. Streetlight halos the bus shelter, plastic panels vibrating like possessed stained glass. Look back once, the Abbey's gone eaten by cloud and coastal spite. The sea keeps singing, choir eternal forgotten lyrics worn smooth as beach glass in its throat. Your pocket vibrates again, boss email lighting the screen, scheduling Monday's minor apocalypse. Stubble itches your jaw Mondays, then sunrises, then graves, all following tides. A fishing boat chugs toward harbor, running lights, blurring through rain, drunken fireflies on a liquid dance floor. Step under the shelter, metal bench, sucking warmth from exhausted thighs. Somewhere out there, the crab reclaims the altar, owls hunt mice through pillared shadows, waves erase your soggy footprints. Rain strengthens, pelting the shelter roof like flung rosary beads. You watch the invisible sea, your heartbeat sinking with surf's retreat, inhale matching the wind's exhalation. Tongue traces salt on chapped lips, communion dissolved, yet somehow lingering. Headlights approach, yellow eyes slicing the downpour, your chariot back to Wi-Fi and warranty expirations. Stand body protesting like a hermit, dragged from prayer, muscles singing psalms of modern exhaustion. The bus doors wheeze open, stepping up feels like walking a plank back into captivity. Find a window seat, smear condensation with your sleeve, watch the blacked out bay swallow the Abbey hole. Diesel engine grumbles into gear, vibration thrumming through the seat, industrial lullaby. Your reflection ghosts the dark glass, pale smudge over deeper darkness, spirit pinned between places. Streetlights smear past, orange runes against wet asphalt, divination for the faithless. Screenlit faces surround you, scroll scryers seeking futures in pixel heavens. Rain etches the glass, channeling your pupil's fractured gaze, veins leading back toward the drowned causeway. Your hand closes around the quartz, edges still sharp, anchoring you to the tide's retreating hymn. A wave crashes, unheard over engine roar, choir silenced, but never truly gone. Bus brakes hiss your stop, looms, a 7-Eleven glowing in the storm like unhallowed sanctuary. Stand aches blooming, wet denim clinging, hair salted into amateur sculpture. Doors gasp open, wind greets you like a scorned lover, slapping rain into your eyes. Step onto the sidewalk, puddles swallowing your shadow before it can protest. Look east, dawn's first fire warming behind cloud curtains, the sea still gnawing shores in the dark. Plastic bags reel down wet streets, urban tumbleweed, prophet saying nothing useful. Key scrapes the lobby door, fluorescent light stabs your adjusted sight, modernity's harsh benediction. Elevator mirrors show pale skin, kelp tangled in your laces, eyes widened from private vespers. The hallway swallows you, faint brine smell trailing, ghost tied in carpet fibers. Inside, bleach and take out air your shrine to convenience and scheduled lives. Shuck wet layers, shoes bleeding sand onto laminate, evidence of trespass. Shower steam rises, scalding skin back into the 21st century's numb embrace. And under the rush, just barely, the choir of wind and waves keeps singing and singing and singing. Moonlight bleeds through cracks in the scriptorium's collapsing ceiling, your boots crunching what was wholly stationary 5 centuries back. Crumbled vellum flakes underfoot, ivory snow from a blizzard of lost prayers. You trail fingers along grooves worn into oak writing desks, every dip marking where some monk's frantic quill carved devotion into wood grain. Nearby, a shattered ink pot leaks black dust, its stain blooming like a bloodless Rorschach test across floor tiles. Breathe in 2 competing ghosts flood your nose. First, rancid linseed oil from extinguished lamps. Second, wet sheep still clinging to tufts caught on nail heads. 8 desks huddle like widows at a grave, the south wall buckled by 900 winters of Atlantic tantrums. Historians confirm each Bible here took 9 grueling months to pen lengthy Netflix binges, wasted on eternal salvation instead of true crime docs. Kneel, spot a bent quill nib wedged under a flagstone rust-frozen relic of writer's block, made literal. Monastic ink recipes mixed oak galls with rainwater. But coastal scribes added crushed sea worm shells for shimmer. Imagine Brother Ilo cursing as his 4th attempt at scarlet lettering curdled into salmon-pink disappointment. Your thumb finds a groove in the desktop, worn smooth by restless elbows during especially dull Latin passages. A moth flutters from a crevice, powdering your wrist with wing dust mistaken for erased scripture. Lean closer, peering at faint scratches near the desk's edge. Not sacred text, just 9th century doodles, stick figure monks boogieing under rain clouds. Nearby, someone carved a surprisingly accurate herring. Faith and hunger, forever entwined. The wind pivots, carrying the reek of low tide rot into the room. Centuries ago, that same stench invaded every November, ink freezing, fingers cramping, breath smoking over vellum like unholy censers. Scholars debate whether scribes intentionally laced inks with lavender to repel silverfish or hide hangovers from too much communion wine. Straighten up your shoulder, bumps a sagging shelf. What cascades down isn't manuscripts, just mouse nest confetti chewed from stolen Bible bindings. Church mice ate gilded psalms, leaving holy constipation in their droppings. Kick aside a fallen roof slate, its surface webbed with white lichen veins, nature's bastardized parchment. Huddle near the hearth's corpse, fireplace choked with salt-crusted gull bones and plastic fishing net. Reach for the crumbled chimney stack. Your palm comes away gray with soot older than Shakespeare. Local legend claims moonlight here reveals hidden marginalia, naughty monk drawings glowing under lunar inspection. You squint nada, just gull crap and wishful thinking. Scuff your boot through debris, uncover a greenish pebble wedged between floor tiles. Not stone, hardened bread, fossilized by time and stupidity. Some poor schlub skipped breakfast, hid his snack, then died before retrieval. 6 other monks probably knew silent as saints guarding his carb-based shame. Light your dying phone flashlight beam, skittering across the eastern wall. There, under peeling plaster, a painted fish swims eternally in flaking cerulean waves. Freshwater carp, not local mackerel, proving even medieval artists took creative liberties. Step back, crunching sheep wool balls under tread. 4 vertical grooves mar the wall, woodworm highways tunneling through theology. Mold blooms in top corners, black splotches forming Rorschach demons. If you squint drunk enough, touch the coldest wall, fingers recoiling from stone, sweating maritime tears. No drafts here, just wet betrayal seeping through every pore. The room itself, weeping over misplaced adverbs. Historians still argue whether flooding destroyed more manuscripts than Henry VII's goons. Tide versus tyranny in the book-killing Olympics. Your elbow knocks loose a roof tile. It plunges into the shadows, 3 seconds of clatter echoing like a dropped chalice. No divine wrath strikes, just irritated pigeons cooing their displeasure from the roofline. Feeling bold, like a soot-streaked wall, regret the eons of gull urine absorbed by porous granite. Stoop to examine a dark patch on the tiles, hoping for spilled ink, finding century-old rat piss instead. Nature's archivists aren't sentimentalists. 3 brass nail heads wink from rotten beams, pirate loot missed by 10th century scrap thieves. Walk the room's perimeter, counting 9 gaps where windows once funneled precious northern light. Now only moonbeams squeeze through, illuminating dust, motes performing ballet for 0 admirers. In one corner, a quill's feather clings to spider silk, ghost scribe mid-sentence. Pocket a pebble, not stealing, borrowing for 17 lifetimes like everyone else here. Rain spits through the roof, plinking onto your scalp, holy water from a sarcastic heaven. The flashlight beam dies mid-sweep, plunging you into ink-black humor. Fumble against a desk, hip bone, meeting medieval ergonomics gone feral. Wind whistles through the scriptorium's corpse, turning cracks into penny whistles, playing forgotten hymns off-key. Press your forehead to a desktop, wood grain imprinting theological doubts onto modern skin. Somewhere below, Atlantic waves chew the cliffs, paper shredder of the gods making confetti from coastlines. Your breath steams proof of life in a necropolis of silenced quills. Pull out the quartz pebble fingertips, finding solace in its dumb solidity. Rain strengthens, pelting the rubble like typewriter keys, composing nature's angry opus. When you rise, knees crackling like vellum sheets in frost. Turn, the doorway yawns toward moon-smeared halls, inviting retreat from ghosts who miss their footnotes. One step crushing a snail making pilgrimage across the threshold. Apologize, too late, joining centuries of minor sins recorded in no ledger. Salt wind slaps your face rude as a disgruntled archivist. Time to abandon the paper graveyard. Drag your sleeve across damp lips, taste granite particles, holy grit in the teeth of curiosity. Pigeons erupt from the roof, wingbeats scattering pebbles onto headstones below. Follow their flight, your exit path lit by cloud-veiled stars. Behind you, the scritch-scratch of phantom quills resumes, unseen nibs transcribing your departure into oblivion's margins. Silt trickles through ceiling cracks, burying stories under centuries of shrugs. You step into the drowned choir, moonlit now, rain rinsing scriptorium, dust from your hair. Breeze plucks at your collar, directing eyes towards seaward windows where phosphorescence glows beyond the bay. The Abbey exhales mildew and memory, your lungs temporary archives for both. Emerge under star-punched sky, roofless once more. Waves churn the Causeway liquid eraser, removing all traces of land bridge ambition. Your boots find rain-slick grass, scriptorium silence, replaced by wind's tuneless howl. 20 sheep watch from the western slope, woolly theologians judging your brief trespass. Ignore them, pocketing the quartz as clouds smother the moon. Ocean booms its verdict, unimpressed by human scratchings on paper or skin. You walk shoreward each step, erasing one whisper of extinct ink from salted skin. Rain dissolves the path ahead, world rewritten in water, every footfall blurring like smudged Coptic script. Rain dissolves the path ahead, your boots squelch through Abbey gatehouse mud towards something crunchier underfoot. The refectory arch looms, its threshold crusted with seagull-grabbed herring bones, leftovers from ghostly suppers, devoured 6 lifetimes back. Kneel, fingertips brush white shards, embedded in soil centuries of holy snacking, petrified into calcium constellations. Monks here ate 2 meals daily, frost-bitten fingers clutching oatcakes, dipped in weak honeymead. Modern recreations prove their bread could chip teeth, dental plans being decidedly medieval afterthoughts. A damp tapestry of moss carpets the eastern wall, its threads alive with wriggling beetle calligraphy. Press your palm flat, feel vibrations beneath earthworms composing new verses where food prayers once echoed. 8 hearthstones jut like broken teeth between them. Sea pink flowers erupt in violent fuchsia riots. Squint at the central hearth. Something glitters among charcoal lumps, not treasure fish scales, fused to slag by 900 forbidden kitchen fires. Historians confirm flaming herring oil caused 3 major roof blazes, faith, and fried seafood being perilous bedfellows. Step over a collapsed bench, its oak ribs sprouting phosphorescent fungi, nature's glow sticks marking where buttocks once ached through Latin graces. Your shadow stretches across the floor, mimicking a hunched server, carrying non-existent trenchers of turnip slop. Breeze riffles your collar, bringing phantom scents of burned porridge and wet wool habits. In the northwest corner, lichen paints a smiley face over a patched mortar spot, some stonemason's silent rebellion against solemnity. Crouch near the spice-cupboard skeleton, half its shelves devoured by a particularly hungry salt storm. Here's where peppercorns hid, black gold smuggled from ports. Even monks weren't supposed to fantasize about. Digging reveals a single mustard seed, still pungent after 8 centuries. Proof some miracles come in condiment form. The wind sneers through window gaps, its tone clearly mocking your modern distaste for fermented oat gruel. Lean against the serving hatch, its ledge polished smooth by countless ale-sticky forearms. One deep groove suggests a particularly thirsty brother sharpened his belt knife. Here, mealtime multitasking at its finest. Notice carvings on a ceiling beam, not saints or crosses, but a surprisingly detailed dice game in progress. Gambling den graffiti hiding in plain holy sight. Historians still argue whether kitchen staff brewed illegal barley wine in the herb garden. But these crude 6-siders scream yes louder than any parchment proof. Kick aside a slate shingle, exposing 9 mummified peas cemented by time into a pea-sized Stonehenge. 16th century lads skipping veggies, their punishment likely copying psalms till fingers bled. Touch one, it crumbles into chlorophyll dust. Vegetable sin, absolved too late. Moonlight catches a depression near the abbot's table, a puddle-sized hollow where clumsy novices knelt to scrub spilled mead. Nearby, a rusted iron ladle clings to mortar like a drunk, refusing last call. Pull a sea-pink flower stem, sap oozing milky defiance. 13 petals, unlucky for monk botanists who preferred even-numbered divinity. Folklore claims chewing the root lets you taste dead cooks' secret recipes. Your tongue rebels halfway through bitter as vow breaking. Wipe grime from the west wall, revealing a charcoal sketch beneath. Not Last Suppers, just 2 stick figures arm wrestling over a suspiciously giant turkey leg. Monastic humor drier than their well water. Your boot toe stubs against a hearthstone, its underside damp with tidal seepage. Flip it, find 3 oyster shells cemented to the rock, poor man's poker chips, hidden from abbot eyes. Straighten up, head bumping a low beam. A cascade of soot chunks baptizes your shoulders, punishment for modern heights, exceeding medieval architect foresight. Sneeze echoes bouncing off walls that once bounced with slurped oyster juices. Pace the refectory's length, counting paces between imaginary tables, 13 steps, end to end, a tight squeeze for 30 hungry celibates, armed with soup spoons. No wonder those dice look worn, anything to escape post-meal dishwashing shifts. Find a nail protruding near the spice cupboard, its purpose long forgotten. Hang your imaginary cloak, joining spectral robes that once dripped winter onto rush-strewn floors. Light failing, you nearly miss the herring spine wedged vertically between flagstones. Perfect spine, no nibbles, some kid's dinner rebellion, immortalized in fishbone protest. Dig beneath the salt cellar's remnants, fingers brush leather fragments, scrap of a brewer's apron, monkish gym sock. Either way, time has rendered it crunchy as autumn leaves. Rain drums sudden applause on exposed hearthstones, nature mocking your amateur archaeology. Eschew shelter, let downpour rinse fish scale glitter from your hands, holy groundwater draining toward the waiting sea. Last light reveals initials scratched near the doorway, R+M. Inside a lopsided heart, where novices even allowed romantic downtime between vespers and vegetable peeling. Scholars shrug, preferring cleaner narratives of devotion. But stone confesses what parchment hides. Pocket a sea pink petal, it disintegrates before reaching denim, ephemeral as those long ago kitchen laughter. Walk backwards through the ruin, gaze sweeping like a departing server, checking for dropped cutlery. The flowers pulse neon under bruised twilight, shrines to decay's stubborn beauty. Outside, rain embraces you like a drunk friar smelling of tidal flats and regret. Causeway stones vanish under froth, supper for the insatiable sea. Your stomach growls, millennia too late for oatcake rations. Retreat toward scriptorium shadows, imagining ghost cooks shaking their heads at your pathetic lack of Iron Age hunger tolerance. The last herringbone crunches underheel final sacrament in this gutted cathedral of forgotten feasts. Wave crest whispers carry centuries-old kitchen gossip, who burned the bread, who smuggled spices, who kissed behind the salt barrel under a winter moon. Wind flattens, sea pink blooms against the hearth, their defiance bending, but not broken. Rain fills the abbot's abandoned trencher, holy soup for the toothless stones. Your fingers find the quartz pebble again, its coldness soothing against the warm sting of kitchen ghost's judgment. One final glance back, the refectory shrinks into mist, swallowed by the dark banquet hall of Atlantic weather. Boots squelch homeward, rabbit trails become rivers, each step erasing herring oil traces from modern souls. High above, a seagull screeches the eternal kitchen prayer of all holy ruins, more fish, always more fish in this life or the next. Wind shoves you toward the bell tower, its silhouette jagged against clouds the color of spoiled milk. No chime greets you, only rust flakes falling like oxidized snow. Touch the hinge, cold iron bites your palm, its edges gnawed by centuries of salt-laden gales. Jackdaws screech overhead, their wing beats frantic as trading card shuffles. One perches where the bell's tongue once swung, dropping a writhing earthworm onto your shoulder. Scale crumbling steps, each riser steeper than Abbey tax records claim. Pigeon skeletons, fossilized into mortar, watch your climb. Featherless wings, folded in eternal prayer. The belfry greets you with crochet frescoes and the stink of rotting nest linings. Squint upward, jagged holes puncture the roof, celestial downlights for avian congregations. No bronze giant hangs here, just frayed ropes swaying like noosed shadows. Historians note the original bell sank in an 83 shipwreck while being transported for repair. Salvagers swear they heard it tolling underwater during spring tides. A salty ghost choir no microphone ever captured. Kneel beside a nest woven from fishing net scraps and a mummified mitten. 3 blue eggs gleam fragile as saintly knuckle bones. Don't lick them, folklore claims. Jackdaw brood curses taste like battery acid and regret. Lean too far, your elbow dislodges a brick. It plummets, crashing through a rotting pew 9 fathoms below. The jackdaws laugh, their chitters syncopated with your hammering pulse. Wipe guano off a ledge, revealing carved initials. TM 1611 overlaps FK 1742, centuries of trespassers signing this sky-high guest book. Press your thumb into the softest groove, too recent to belong to anyone dead. Spiders flee your shadow, legs skittering across iron fixtures that once held 2 bells. Church inventories list a Maria and a Martha, one sweet-toned for weddings, one doom-voiced for hurricanes. Historians still argue whether monks sold Martha for whiskey during lean winters. No records confirm. But Welsh tavern songs tell a different story. Spot lightning scars on the eastern beam, charcoal striations from a 1772 strike. Rainwater pools in the crevices, now fermenting into caffeinated jackdaw bathtub gin. Breeze punches through gaps. A hollow whale fills the tower. Your hair lifts, channeling static from storms long dissolved into sea mist. Shove fingers in ears, too late. The wind's faux knell already vibrates your molars. Scramble toward the spiral stairs. A jackdaw dive bombs your scalp. Its claws snag hair, vengeance for disturbing its sulfur-scented nursery. Freeze halfway down, lightning flashes, outside arrow slits. For 2 seconds, the tower's facade becomes a photo negative, every crack and stain momentarily reversed. Blink daylight reclaims the stones, duller than before. At the base, fresh droppings splatter your boot toe. The birds cackle, feathered vandals defending their stolen cathedral. Your pocket buzzes, modernity leaking through monastery walls. Switch to airplane mode. The tower deserves your full attention, even without bells. Glancing up, a jackdaw perches on Martha's empty hook. It cocks its head, one beady eye judging your worthiness to stand where bell ropes once danced. Wind surges again. The rope remnants twist into Celtic knots above. No need for storm warnings now. Your phone flashes meteorological updates, precision replacing poetry. Touch the western wall. Plaster crumbles like dried communion wafers. 5 layers expose graffiti, each era's taggers equally terrible at spelling Latin. Kick something beneath the stairs, not rubble, a petrified raven's foot, still gripping a Victorian farthing. Bury it under dust. Let the dead keep their cursed pocket change. Climbing outside, gray light bruises the horizon. Jackdaws swirl their feathers, inkblots on wet parchment sky. The highest step creaks, threatening to spill you toward the choir stalls below. Hug the wall stone cold as a deacon's handshake. Clouds rip open, hail pebbles ricochet off ancient beams. The jackdaws huddle in their nests, mocking your exposed scalp with sheltered clucks. Grab a fallen rope, strand frayed threads pricking your palm, a ghost of the bell ringer's calluses. Tug, no sound answers, just more rust flakes snowing onto already filthy boots. Find a child's shoe wedged in a crevice, 19th century leather, curled like a dead leaf. Drop it, watch it hit a puddle far below, splash echoing like a tiny off-key bell. Lightning stabs the mainland 3 miles distant, but bright enough to bleach jackdaws into albino ghosts for half a heartbeat. Thunder arrives late, lazy ripples vibrating flagstones underfoot. Fish in your pocket, find a half-sucked mint and the quartz pebble from the refectory. Place the stone where Martha's clapper swung. Rip current or gutter, fate decides your offering. The wind steals your hair tie, whirling it toward cliff-edged graves. Jackdaws give chase, treating elastic as prime nest material. Bale, retreating steps slick with hail melt. Your boot slides, knee meeting stone hard enough to bruise piety into marrow. Darkness thickens, rain blending with sea spray, until both soak your collar equally. The tower groans, joints protesting like a pensioner asked to dance. Last look upward, the jackdaws quiet now, huddled against shingles, vibrating with storm screens rather than holy thunder. The causeway reappears, low tide, exposing its kelp-slicked spine. But your feet choose the sheep track instead. Tomorrow, some tourist drone might buzz the belfry, its camera, eye documenting avian squatters, rewriting sacred acoustics. Tonight, let silence keep its secrets, and bells sleep where they fell. Quartz pebble gone, your pocket hangs lighter. One less stone between you and the mainland's neon-lit complacency. Below the cliffs, waves gnaw Abbey walls, their rhythm syncopated with the jackdaw's final rasping night song. No bells, no monks, just feathers and thunder trading shifts in the quiet dark. Wind carries you from the tower's shadow toward hummocks where thistles stand sentinel. No headstones rise here, just uneven earth puckered like old scars. Step careful, rabbit holes hide between mounds. Twisted ankles pay poor tribute to the dead. Beneath your boots, 90 generations of brothers dissolve into peat, medieval monks, buried nameless for holy humility, their cross-marked shrouds rotted long ago. Only iron coffin nails sometimes surface after hard rains. You kneel, fingertips brushing wiry grass, its roots drinking what remains of brother someone's kneecaps. Thistles guard each plot like bristling jesters, purple crowns too dolorous for bees. Historians still argue whether these nameless graves held monks or drowned sailors, tides erasing more than just names. A local legend claims quartz pebbles stack themselves here overnight, ghosts building cairns one stolen stone at a time. Spot the offering, a lone quartz pebble gleaming wet on flattened turf, not yours, unless time loops stranger than Abbey legends. Add your own pilfered rock beside it, a pocket's weight lifted for once. Rain slicks the collar of your coat, drops plinking into empty snail shells, littering the graves. Wind ripples grass into whispered Latin, psalms half remembered by soil and sea salt. No angels here, just oyster catchers wading through mist where funeral processions once trod. Pull a thistle spine from your thumb, watch blood bead dark as communion wine. Monks once bled here too, calluses split hauling pilgrimage coffins through marsh mud. Their graves tilt eastward, not toward Jerusalem, but where the Causeway drowns twice daily. Poetic laziness or tide-smart pragmatism lean against the low wall, its stones pillaged from Roman ruins farther inland. Lichen paints it like moldy manuscript pages, nature's defacement, gentler than Cromwell's cannons. Your elbow knocks loose a pebble. It rolls into what might be Brother Synag's pelvic hollow. Decades of erosion expose bone fragments, slivers white as gull feathers. Resist pocketing a knobby tibia chip. Graveyards aren't souvenir shops. Even backwater Abbey ghosts deserve better manners. Dig your heel, unearth a leather scrap, maybe a book binding or shoe tongue. It crumbles, releasing spores older than your genetic line. Mother Nature's shredder never jams. A wet glint catches your eye, half buried between two mounds. Fish it out, a botched bronze crucifix, warped by time and poor casting. Rub verdigris off Christ's face, his features melted into Dali-esque sorrow. Some novice's disastrous metalwork project, tossed here instead of facing the master's scorn. Rain drums harder, channeling through unseen hollows beneath your feet. The ground gurgles, a saintly belch from overfilled catacombs. Monks stored bones in charnel houses, but this swampy soil never cooperated. Imagine a half-skeletonized hand surfacing to goose unsuspecting pilgrims. Lightning forks over the bay. For 1 second, the graveyard becomes a chessboard of light and shadow. Thistles throw speared silhouettes, their brief rebellion against gloom. Your knees protest the damp. Standing feels like unearthing yourself. Scan the plots. No flowers save tough sea pinks chewing through gravel. Romantic gestures die fast here. Saltwind murders delphiniums by dawn. Spot a depression too rectangular for nature's whims, maybe the founder's lost tomb. Welsh chronicles claim Abbot Llewellyn washed ashore in a coracle, half drowned, but clutching a gospel book. His grave sank decades back, swallowed like everything else here. Wind sneaks under your coat, its chill borrowing grave mold musk. Zip up centuries of monastic frugality, won't gift you pneumonia for free. Toward the cliff edge, thistles thin, exposing sandblasted turf. Kneel again, press your palm to cold earth, feel the Abbey's pulse, or maybe just capillary action mocking your sentimentality. Crows bicker over a scrap near the wall, not a bone, just some tourist's foil gum wrapper. Even carrion eaters get takeout nights. The quartz pebble winks under leaden skies, your offering already dulled by drizzle. Someone else's stone outshines it, polished by pilgrim thumbs over who knows how many seasons. Decide it's yours now. Possessiveness feels appropriate among thieves of silence. Historians still argue whether Cromwell's troops pissed in the holy font here. Parliamentary reports omit such colorful details. But local brewers swear peat cutters found piss-pocked armor behind the altar, tarnished steel, loud with Puritan disdain. Grass rustles behind you, turn fast, expecting phantom cowls. Just a seabird staggering inland, its oil-smeared wings drag through thistles. Watch it collapse, a black smear against green. No monkish hospice remains, no kind hands to ease its gasps. Walk seaward, where cliffs drop sheer into chop. Waves gnaw the peninsula's ribs, taking graveyard inches per century. By someday, no bones will remain, only fish-gutted stories in coastal pubs. Drizzle slicks your face, mimicking tears you don't owe these strangers. Still, your throat tightens. Blame it on the brine-scoured air. Find a sheep's skull wedged in bracken, ivory dome, polished by wind and time. Its hollow orbits stare toward the drowned causeway, hungry for tides no longer reachable. Prop it atop a hideous concrete marker, some modern vandal's idea of wit. Rain intensifies, pelting the quartz until it looks like a tiny, misplaced moon. Pocket it, the dead won't mind. They've misplaced whole skeletons here. Trudge back toward the tower, your shadow swallowed by general murk. Jackdaws swear from their roosts, furry-winged landlords displeased by foot traffic. Pause where two graves dip deeper, their outlines blurred like old watercolors. Push aside grass, reveal a stone fragment engraved. Aura could be prey in Latin, or part of Dora, the first female pilgrim some claim disguised herself here. No proof survives, just alehouse ballads and a suspiciously dainty thigh bone in the ruins. The crows abandon their foil prize, winging toward richer garbage inland. Your stomach rumbles. Monastic austerity loses charm after 3 missed meals. One last sweep the wild hedge parts, revealing a wooden post long swallowed by brambles. Fingers claw through thorns, emerging splintered but victorious. The posts carved with crude numbers 1,498. Or maybe 1,493. rot nibbles certainty. Someone tried marking graves, then gave up defeated by creeping damp and institutional oblivion. Rainwater pools in the Nine, your reflection wobbles, ancestor or interloper, decide later. Touch the wood, sodden fibers crumble like wet biscuit. Lightning cracks, thunder chases it like an overeager hound. Count the seconds between until hail peppers your shoulders. Time to leave prayers and peeved jackdaws to their sodden rituals. Your sleeve snags on thistle spines, green handcuffs for the careless mourner, tear-free, leaving threads as your only epitaph here. The quartz pebble warms in your palm, death mold scrubbed off by nervous thumb rubs. Keep it, next tourist season, you'll mail it back with fake archaeologist paperwork. Grass springs back where you walked, erasing footprints before you reach the cloister arch. That's the graveyard's last joke, how swiftly the living become ghosts here. Dusk thickens, thistles blur into one bruise-colored mass. Tomorrow's rain will smooth today's kneel dents, readying the ground for whatever bones remain to rise. You cross yourself, atheist habits crumbling like cliff edges, then spit into the wind. Salty disrespect carries better here than apologies anyway. Gravel grinds under heel, the modern world's rude soundtrack resumes. Behind you, see pinks nod, satisfied with their quartz bribe. Dead moss crumbles between chapel stones, revealing mortar laced with cockle shells. Benedictine builders stirred them into plaster, their calcium carbonate legacy outlasting prayers. A jackdaw swoops, snatching someone's dropped peanut by the lich gate. Even here, among the holy rot, snack rules override sanctity. Mud sucks at your soles, the path revolting against departure. Each squelch mocks city sidewalks and sensible shoes. Turn back once, the graveyard huddles under its thistle armor. Quartz glints, all gone now. Night winds, swallowing plots whole. No moon to cast saintly silver. Your pocket buzzes. Rainwater murdered the phone hours ago. The ghosts laugh in static-edged Morse code, their jokes older than wireless. Wind shrieks through empty chapel windows. A choir without singers. Verse without vowels. No need for requiems. Swiftmud writes, better endings anyway. Storm drains clog old graves, weeping upward, a soup of bone flecks and peat tea. Time to go. Let the drowned keep their drowned. Thread the path toward cottage lights, shepherd's pie warmth beaconing through webby panes. Behind the last thistle bows its crown heavy with stolen rain. You squelch across salt marsh toward the Causeway, boots sinking into squid ink colored mud. Water laps where firm stones lay minutes ago. High tides, frothy tongue tasting the path home. That distant rumble, not thunder, just Atlantic hunger, swallowing 16 gigatons of seawater for supper. Your sleeve drips peat brown water, that graveyard puddle fought dirty. Check your phone, saltwater portraits of circuit, death glare back, monks' timed crossings, with tide tables carved into choir stalls, their parchment calendars, surviving in Dublin's archives. You're useless Weather app flashes, storm alerts over a spinning pinwheel of doom. Waves chew the outermost stones, their slate backs vanishing like sinking ships. Barnacles gape for one last breath before submersion. The drowned Causeway sings, a gurgling lullaby older than England's first parliament. Hurry, but not too fast. Wet algae eagerly greases this slide to Davy Jones. Halfway across, water swirls knee-deep, chilly fingers feeling for loose shoelaces. Remember St. Seawifen's toe bone. Locals swear it tames storms when dipped offshore. Two bad Cromwell's boys pocketed it for ale money. Your thighs burn, currents pulling like petulant children dragging sleeves through candy aisles. Gulls circle their cries sharp as Abbey bell clappers. One dive bombs your head, avian mugger demanding sandwich tolls. Monks fed them fish guts. Now they expect Greg's sausage rolls like proper Brit pigeons. A wave slams your hip, salt water sneaking into waistband territory. Cold shock punches the breath from your lungs. Since when did the Irish Sea moonlight as ice bucket challenge enforcer? Steady barnacles beneath foam offer grudging footholds if you scrape skin hunting them. Lichen-slick boulders loom ahead, last refuge before the pull worsens. Slither onto a broad stone, its green velvet weed rug, welcoming as moldy bread. Historians still argue why monks chanced crossing with storm warnings, devotion, or foolishness, or constipation from too much saltfish. Shelve existential questions, peel off sopping socks. Wring them hard, brackish drips drawing interested hermit crabs. Your toes resemble albino prunes. Victorian swimmers swore this prevented cholera. 11% factual, 90% desperation. The mainland shrinks, cottage lights mocking like distant galaxies. Abbey ruins darken behind roofless arches, swallowing twilight. Centuries back, pilgrims stranded here claimed ghostly voices, lured them toward safer ledges. Yours sound suspiciously like tinnitus from that Edinburgh rock concert. Water rises, your stone becomes a shrinking island. Waves flex muscles, whitecaps sprinting like berserker horse lords. A curlew's cry pierces the spray, feathered DJ scratching loneliness onto nature's mixtape. Adjust your perch, the rock's cold bite numbs more than feet now. Flashlight beams sweep the mainland coast guard or drunk glampers. Either way, they're ignoring your jazz hands semaphore. Your phone's corpse blinks one last green flicker, Samsung's Viking funeral rite. Pocket it, future archaeologists will appreciate the sacrifice. Rain resumes, needle darts hurled by celestial junkies. Your hood channels streams down your spine, improvised epidural, without consent. A wave slaps your rock, spume, exploding like shaken champagne, hitting paparazzi. 5 meters left, the Abbey glowers through drenched lashes. Its remaining wall carvings writhe in your imagination, saintly faces melting into Squidward grotesques. Nautical twilight removes makeup from stone. Bad lighting reveals all. 3 hours until ebb tide, hypothermia's RSVP, arrives in shivers. Nestle into a hollow pocked by medieval chisels. Your spine fits the curve like a Lego piece. Dig out emergency chocolate. Sugar grains glitter like fool's gold in wrapper foil. Stars drown behind storm clouds. Moonlight quarantined offstage. Phosphorescence blooms where waves churn. Electric algae graffiti tagging each breaker. Remember bioluminescent bays in Puerto Rico. This is Poundland's knockoff. Dim bulbs refusing minimum wage plankton. Laughter bubbles up, unbidden your teeth, clattering percussion. Castaway comedians never kill, engulfment imminent. Yet you crave tea toast and tertiary insurance. Wind flays exposed skin, sandblasting regrets into pores. Storm surge lifts your rock, whole weightless moments, then drops like a fairground ride. Stomach lurches, half-digested chocolate threatens mutiny. The one historical fact echoing. Tide waits for no man, only Instagram influencers. Your rock's summit shrinks. Remove boots, bare feet improve barnacle grip. Fishermen's lanterns bob along the coast, amber fireflies mocking your incompetence. One mercy. Seals won't applaud your drowning. They're clapping flippers, saved for mating displays. Sheep huddle in distant fields, woolly philosophers unimpressed by coastal drama. Problem with nature. It refuses fourth wall breaks. No narrator whispers reassurance, just brine and increasing evidence of human fragility. Teeth chatter Morse code SOS. Future beachcombers may find your fillings. Think warmly of that overpriced coat, selling point water resistant, now revealed as tragicomedy. Haul yourself higher, salt scrubbing skin raw where jeans chafe. Two faint lights pierce murk, fishing trawler or UFO. Either beams hope or indigestion's disco hallucination. Wave both arms, this rock now a stage for interpretive drowning dances. Lights veer away, captain focused on mackerel quotas or alien probe schedules. Foghorns moan their basso profundo, vibrating through stone. Centuries back, monks lit beacons here during shipwrecks. Tonight's offering. One waterproof lighter festival glitter flaking off its casing. Flame wavers, a postcard-sized SOS, smothered by rain after 30 seconds. Time distorts, each wave cycle feels slower, faster, endless. Your watch died at 1912, perhaps metaphorically. Chill seeps marrow deep, your borrowed blood, slowing, turning syrupy. Shadows shift, wet sails billowing above landing craft, St. Brendan back from discovering fax machines. Or just delirium, dressing up foam ghosts. Lights return, closer engines, snarling over wind. Orange shapes leap through spray, Coast Guard cutters, crew yelling through bullhorns. Throw the line, miss, throw again. Rope snakes across your thighs like a nylon constrictor, knotted under arms, half-drowned kitten scooped from flood. Winch winds salt air, replaced by diesel fumes, better than Chanel No. 5. A thermal blanket hugs your shoulders, space-age foil crinkling like sarcastic applause. Glance back, the Abbey's outline dissolves, submitted to Poseidon's inbox. Your stranded rock, already rebranded as high tide's latest chew toy. Leaks drip from hair onto the boat's floor, melting ice sculpture of regret. The crewman grins, tea steams in his thermos cap. He extends it, liquid salvation, with 3 sugars and powdered milk. Your numb fingers cradle warmth life, stubbornly refusing end credits. The Coast Guard's diesel growl fades, leaving you grateful, yet strangely embarrassed, like a toddler rescued from a ball pit. 16th century monks built these walls with limestone, dragged from quarries 7 miles inland, each block costing a week's sweat. You hike back toward the Abbey, damp jeans chafing like revenge. The village, now a constellation of electric freckles behind hills. Sunset bleeds through roofless chapels, staining grass blades amber where prayer mats once lay. A shadow stretches unnaturally long, finger branches grazing your ankle like skeletal ivy. Your chilled palm finds a sun-warmed stone, still humming, with 900 years of absorbed afternoons. Locals whisper that dusk here ignites ghost lanterns, golden orbs floating where monks carried tapers to midnight prayers. Photographers swear it's just lens flare. Your naked eye catches nothing but fading light. Rosy hues gild crumbled arches, transforming rubble into transient altarpieces. One weathered saint's face glows, its eroded features momentarily sharp in sidelong rays. Historians still debate whether these carvings honored Saint Difrig or a shipwrecked Byzantine sculptor. A ladybug lands on the saint's nose, divine punchline to theological squabbles. Slump onto a lichen-cushioned plinth, your soggy jacket, surrendering moisture to thirsty air. Twilight unspools cobalt threads across the sky, muting meadow greens into charcoal smudges. Over there, a slight glow pulses behind the refectory wall, probably just a hiker's misplaced glow stick. Your rational mind knows this. Your spine still flinches, recalling tales of phantom kitchen fires, cooking spectral fish stews. Granite radiates gentle warmth. Beneath you, Roman floor heating without the enslaved labor. A spider stitches silver between 2 stones, its web rewriting stained glass in minimalist silk. 11 pipistrelle bats flutter overhead, conductors cueing night's orchestra. Their wings flutter parchment thin against the peach-stained heavens. Dig out your last biscuit, slightly saline from seawater baptism. Crumbs dot your lap like edible constellations. You map Ursa Major between crusty raisins. Sheep bleat from distant fields, their gossip carrying clearer over evening's held breath. A breeze sneaks inland, smuggling kelp scent through the Abbey's shattered ribs. Orange fades to purple at the horizon, days dying flare guttering behind cloudbanks. 3 quartz pebbles nest in your pocket, cold comfort against warming stone. They clink softly, Tibetan prayer beads for non-believers, as shadows swallow a shattered column hole. Your watch confirms 7 hours since high tide almost claimed you, lungs now savoring unmurky air. Lichen glows faintly on walls, bioluminescent graffiti, only visible past twilight. Bats swoop closer, their aerial ballet, inches from your hair, might mistake gel for extra hold mousse. Night flowers unfurl velvety petals, summoning moths with pheromone spells. One lands on your knee, dusty wings fanning hieroglyphs humans can't decipher. Historians documented 12th century herbalists brewing salves here from marsh plants, wart removal guaranteed, or your sins refunded. Coolness finally conquers the stones, their warmth retreating into Earth's core like shy crustaceans. A lone star pricks through, then 20, then hundreds, until the Abbey floats in a salt-silvered celestial web. Your flashlight stays off. Let darkness drape the ruins like forgetting's velvet shroud. Grass prickles through your jeans, nature's acupuncture for waterlogged buttocks. That odd warmth lingers where your palm pressed the wall, stone holding sunset longer than physics should allow. Perhaps Reverend Thomas's 1824 diary got it right, claiming Abbey walls imbibe daylight like sacramental wine. Shuffle sideways, back meeting a mossy depression, worn smooth by generations of tired spines. Was this brother a Lun's meditation niche, or just medieval lunch break real estate? Wind whistles through arrow slit gaps, playing flute melodies only sheep appreciate. Your phone buzzes, weekly surprise resurrection, displaying 84 missed messages and 2% battery. Ignore them all. The Abbey deserves your final 7 minutes. Photograph nothing. Let retinas be the sole archivists of stone swallowing stars. Now full night, your outline blurring into ruined silhouette, just another texture in rubble. Warmth persists under one palm, as though the Abbey's heartbeat still thrums beneath weathered skin. Skin touches stone, and for 3 breaths, past and present, share the same quiet pulse. Twilight thickens, leathery whispers stir above shattered vaulting. The Abbey's nightly tenants claim their shift. Bats uncurl from crevices like charred origami, unfolding, wingtips grazing your scalp with eerie precision. Your gel holds firm, though their aim suggests salon-trained precision. Cool air carries midges, insect sacrifices for these dusk hunters. Their flight weaves kinetic lace between stone pillars, echoing the vault patterns long collapsed. A mainstream fact floats up: medieval monks tolerated bats for devouring plague-bearing fleas. Historians still argue whether 12th century brothers considered them blessed pest control or just ceiling squatters. Webbed wings flutter near your ear, nature's tiny glider testing your jump reflex. You stay statue still, breath held as 7 bats pivot mid-hunt, their sonar mapping your outline. One quirks. Victorians believed powdered bat wing cured asthma. Tourists chipped stone dust instead for luck. Both remedies equally effective. The first star pierces the transept's empty rose window, Cygnus glimmering through where stained glass martyrs once bled ruby light. More stars bloom pinpricks in night's black sail, until constellations drown in their own multitudes. Your quartz pebbles vibrate faintly, Or is that your thighs protesting stone seating? Wing beats syncopate a silent disco above nettle-choked aisles. Pipistrelles dive-bomb moth squadrons, their aerial dogfights whirring softer than phone vibrations. Two bats skim a puddle, lapping water mid-flight, helicopter tongues defying gravity. Temperature drops, but the stone where your palm rests stays stubbornly warm, disobeying thermodynamics like a rebellious teen. Ghost lanterns remain absent, though starlight now pools in mossy corners like liquid mercury. Your phone dies, its final gasp lighting apple core constellations on the lock screen. Leathern shadows flit across moon-washed walls, projected nightmares from unrolled scrolls. A bat misjudges its turn, banking sharply, its wing brush cold as cathedral marble against your neck. Statue pose, broken, you snort laugh, sound bouncing off ruins like a drunk bell ringer. The colony thickens, 40 strong, dousing the nave in living smoke. Their squeaks trill ultrasonic gossip. Who bit the juiciest midge? Which monk's ghost scowls loudest tonight? Wind whistles through a fractured lancet window, playing countermelody to their radar clicks. Your neck cricks skyward too long. Vertigo spins the stars like a zoetrope. Blinking resets reality, mostly. That fuzzy warmth still radiates from the wall, patient as monks copying psalms. Mice rustle in ivy, their tiny feet pit-pattering over stone memorials. Moonlight silvers a bat's belly as it loops, revealing translucent wing veins like stained glass lead lines. Historians documented monastic herb gardens thriving nearby mint and feverfew scenting cloister corridors. Tonight, only wet stone and guano perfume the air. Eau de ruin, shuffle position, jeans scraping lichen into green confetti. 3 bats orbit your head, perhaps drawn by shampoo's coconut deceit. Their eyes gleam obsidian, their faces wrinkled as dried apples. One swoops, snatching a mosquito that targeted your ankle, nature's bouncer, earning its tip. Deep night now, human world noises erased by tidal sighs. The bats thin out, sated, retreating to shadowed roosts. Your warmth-patched stone finally cools, its stored sunset exhausted. Legs unfold stiffly, joints popping louder than Abbey doors in horror flicks. Standing reveals new constellations, your balance wobbling as blood floods numb limbs. The north transept yawns blacker, a velvet mouth swallowing stray starlight. Bats chirp softly, their language older than Latin chants, as you step toward the roofless crossing. Wind plucks at your jacket, night's cold fingers seeking skin. Above, the Milky Way bleeds across the void, its luminous wound mirrored in tidal pools below. Your breath fogs, joining mist rising from dew-drenched grass. Fingertips trace a bat-gnawed beam, grooves from centuries of claw-hangs scoring the oak. Here, Victorians chipped fragments for love charms, their pocket knives disrespecting reformations. Moonlight carves your shadow into the choir floor, a temporary addition to the resident phantoms. Movement flickers in the derelict sacristy. Just bat 7 revisiting its favorite rafter. Stars wheel toward tomorrow, their cold fire etching monk grooves into celestial stone. The sea exhales, a distant shush against cliffs, lullaby for your eyelids' sudden weight. Pebbles shift under your soles, sound amplified in this amphitheater of air and absence. Bats resume murmurs their debate over tomorrow's hunting grounds, rhyming with wave song. You inhale night, salt lung deep, as sleep's tide rises to drown vigilant thoughts. Sleep's veil tears, not abruptly, but like wax paper dissolving in moonlight. Your eyes adjust, the Abbey's jagged silhouette now backlit by liquid silver. Horizon bleeds mercury, a molten path across black diamond waves. Tide's retreat stranded you here hours ago, yet this glowing bridge promises no earthly escape. You stand, the quartz pebble pulsing warm in your palm. Sea whispers shift, no longer lullabies, but tidal charts recited in braille against the cliffs. Moon hoists itself higher, its craters mapping monastery ruins onto the waves below. One stark truth surfaces. Monks hauled sandstone blocks across this same causeway, medieval cranes groaning like weary giants. Starlight dims as lunar brilliance floods the nave. Shadows shrink, hiding nothing now, every weed and worm cast in platinum relief. Your boots crunch winter-crisp grass, fracturing frost into kaleidoscope patterns. Historians still argue whether 12th century brothers chose this island for solitude, or because coastal fog masked their wine shipments from bishops. Moonpath beckons, it shimmers with false solidity, a bridge for ghosts or gamblers. Barnacle geese honk overhead, their V formations slicing moonlight like scissors through satin. Cold nips your ears, yet the quartz warms your fist, an inverse thermodynamics only pilgrims comprehend. Walk toward the roofless chancel, each step echoing 9 centuries of sandaled feet. Here choir stalls once groaned under psalms, now only wind hums its heretical tunes. Your breath fogs, vanishing before reaching rib vault ghosts. One quirky detail survives. Victorian poets swore moonlit abbey stones cured melancholy. They'd lick lichens seeking salvation. Tasted like defeat and seaweed. Moon glare blinds the west, turning tidal pools to smeared quicksilver. You squint. Is something moving along that luminous causeway? Just wave slosh probably, or sleep deprivation painting visions. The quartz vibrates, or is that your pulse shepherding blood through cold-numbed fingers? Sit on the broken altar slab, frostbite risk, battles curiosity. Moon pitches slow across the sky, God's lazy fastball nobody swings at. Stars surrender, fading like monk-made ink, exposed to centuries of light. Your phone's corpse chills your pocket, its final percent still haunting muscle memory. A wave crash chorus swells, the causeway's mercury path rippling as if walked by invisible feet. Imagination. Maybe the locals whisper about drowned monks patrolling spring tides, their chantrobes eternally dripping. Rational thought labels it bioluminescence, yet Your neck hairs salute the fiction. Moon unveils the tidal ledger. Low tides, spreadsheets of mussel beds and bladder rack. Daytime's solid causeway now drowns under icy radiance. You're marooned between selkie tails and park ranger pamphlets. Shuffle sideways, avoiding a gap where floor tiles surrendered to ivy's green ambition. Wind rifles through your pockets, stealing warmth, offering nothing but seabird squabbles in return. That ghostly causeway flutters again, a ribbon of shaken foil beckoning to night's succor. You smirk, dead monk's marketing scheme still effective after all these years. Climb the leaning tower stairs, steps tilting like a drunk's confession. Moon gilds each chip in the sandstone, centuries of weather, and tourists trying to steal strength from stone. Navigate holes where wooden ladders decayed, missing rungs keeping jackdaws employed as aerial critics. The summit gusts steal your breath, salt-scoured air scrubbing your lungs raw. Below, the mercury path throbs, pulsing like a neon artery in the island's skinny wrist. Ships bypass this bay, their radar sniffing hidden rocks, leaving you alone, amplified by 100 nautical miles. Gravity tugs your eyelids, cold and fatigue plotting mutiny. Half-dreams intrude, mixing moonpath glimmer with old olfactory hallucinations of cloister herb gardens' time and valerian, overriding modern guano stench. Did medieval insomnia smell the sharp? Moon now directly overhead. Its light sculpts your shadow into a monk-shaped puddle at your feet. 12th century graffiti hides in tower crevices, crude crosses, and masthead monsters, only visible in lunar max brightness. Historians wilt when asked if rebels drew those, or just bored novices avoiding matins. A distant splash ruptures the hypnosis. Something swims the moonpath seal or driftwood log, a dark comma against quicksilver prose. The quartz stone heats, truly heats, singing some silent alarm against your palm. Dive instinct says stay, but cold ankles vote for motion. You descend, tower steps groaning like arthritic spines. Ice now glazes every surface, nature's varnish over human ruins. Moonlight amplifies the Abbey's bones, every fracture and chisel mark demanding inspection. Hug the south wall, its stones still hoarding afternoon sun warmth like misers. Here the wind hesitates, tamed by Norman masonry. Peer toward that shining causeway, illusion wearing thinner waves, dissolving its edges into froth. High windows frame Orion's belt his dagger, aimed at tomorrow's dawn. Last bats whip past, their radar pinging your skull as they return to belfry shadows. Tired winds overwired, you slump onto a remnant of cloister bench, granite-kissed smooth by generations of prayer-bent thighs. Moon pales, dawn's first blush already bruising the eastern horizon. The mercury path fizzles, extinguished, a carnival ride, shutting down for maintenance. Your stranded status holds, waves still chuckle at escape plans. Rustle in nearby nettles breaks the trance. A sheep emerges, wool dangling like ivy moon-bleached, and chewing something awful. It stares dumb as a gargoyle, then bleats a single judgment. Your laughter startles it into retreat, hooves clattering over monk graves like dropped mittens. That warmth in your quartz flares, then cools, its duty complete. Tide's retreat will come begrudgingly, as it has since glaciers cried salt tears. Yet dawn feels hypothetical, moon's fever dream, still clotting your thoughts. Far off, a buoy's groan colors the silence, its tone tuned to isolation's key. You huddle between buttresses, stone ribs guarding your heat. Even ghost stories take coffee breaks at this hour. First gull shrieks shred the lull, murder scene cries, announcing shift, change between night specters and day tourists. Moon shrinks, diminished, as gold bleeds upwards from the sea's edge. Your fireless camp feels pathetic now, just a human-shaped impression in frost. Body begs for movement, an assault on stiffness and creeping dread. Yet that Mercury path's ghost still glows behind closed eyelids, branded onto your optic nerves. Wind shifts, carrying diesel notes from a trawler beyond the headland. Reality's anchor dragging you shoreward. The quartz pebble's warmth fades, its magic spent leaving a fossil-smooth lump from a story you'll half believe. Moon sinks, its craters crumpling like discarded foil, while the true Causeway stones emerge in silhouette. Wet dark backs glisten, seals lounging where saints once trod. Tide's return path writes itself in weed and wavelet, no longer magic, just geography. But dawn can wait, its impatient fingers fumbling at night's hem. For now you're both anchorite and island, a singular noun swollen with sea breath and borrowed legends. The Abbey's shadow stretches westward, pointing the way home like a compass needle forged from hunger and stone. Dawn's bruise deepens along the eastern rim, stone turns from silver to charcoal gray. Cold drills deeper now, your joints rusted shut, every exhale a wasted cloud. Bladderwrack crackles underfoot as you scavenge driftwood, knotted limbs flung ashore like God's discarded broom handles. Twigs nest under the apses, last arch fumbling fingers strike a pharaoh rod, sparks kiss salt-cured cedar. Fire leaps its heat and ambush against your frostbite cheeks. Flames tattoo tails on the ancient wall, dancing crusader shadows, mocking your modern shivers. Salt in the wood snaps with psalm-like cracks, each pop a vesper bell for your thawing toes. Embers rise like reverse snowfall, hot sparks fleeing toward constellations they'll never reach. One hooks onto your sleeve, a bright hitchhiker. You brush it off before it brands you like heretics. No monks ever warmed their knuckles here. Experts, no 12th century brothers, burned peat briquettes. Smoke veiling their sins from seabird witnesses. Nettle tea steeps in a canteen. Cap your ultralight pilgrim gear, failing dignity. Shadows stretch wolf-headed along the ruined nave. That quartz pebble rolls from your pocket, glowing furnace orange in firelight. Yesterday's oyster shells line the hearth, Victorian tourists baked them here, hoping the lime-rich ash whitened their dentures. Trevor, the island's last resident ram, sidles near, wool singed crisp by your circle of warmth. He chews lichen with passive-aggressive crunching, demanding breakfast tribute. You flick a stale cereal bar his way. It sticks to his muzzle like a deranged goatee. Wind howls through arrow slits, playing saxophone solos with the flames. Stars gutter out, dawn's interns clocking in with weak coffee urgency. Your fire shrinks defeated as mercury light dissolves. Sheep grudges aside, this fire pins you to time's fabric. The Abbey's first flame, since Henry VII's thugs snuffed their braziers. Historians still argue whether the apse faced east for dawn prayers or simply blocked coastal gales. Dark retreats outflanked, revealing tide pools like shattered spectacles. The quartz cools to milk gray, its dream shift done. Somewhere, a lobster boat's diesel yawn punctures the silence. Your tongue tastes of smoke and centuries, an ashy communion with ghosts. Dawn wins. Dawn's bruise deepens along the eastern rim. Stone turns from silver to charcoal gray. Cold drills deeper now, your joints rusted shut, every exhale a wasted cloud. Bladderwrack crackles underfoot as you scavenge driftwood, knotted limbs flung ashore like God's discarded broom handles. Twigs nest under the apses, last arch fumbling fingers strike a pharaoh rod, sparks kiss salt-cured cedar. Fire leaps its heat and ambush against your frostbite cheeks. Flames tattoo tails on the ancient wall, dancing crusader shadows, mocking your modern shivers. Salt in the wood snaps with psalm-like cracks, each pop a vesper bell for your thawing toes. Embers rise like reverse snowfall, hot sparks fleeing toward constellations they'll never reach. One hooks onto your sleeve, a bright hitchhiker. You brush it off before it brands you like heretics. No monks ever warmed their knuckles here. Experts, no 12th century brothers, burned peat briquettes. Smoke veiling their sins from seabird witnesses. Nettle tea steeps in a canteen cap, your ultralight pilgrim gear failing dignity. Shadows stretch, wolf-headed, along the ruined nave. That quartz pebble rolls from your pocket, glowing furnace orange in firelight. Yesterday's oyster shells line the hearth. Victorian tourists baked them here, hoping the lime-rich ash whitened their dentures. Trevor, the island's last resident ram, sidles near, wool singed crisp by your circle of warmth. He chews lichen with passive-aggressive crunching, demanding breakfast tribute. You flick a stale cereal bar his way. It sticks to his muzzle like a deranged goatee. Wind howls through arrow slits, playing saxophone solos with the flames. Stars gutter out, dawn's interns clocking in with weak coffee urgency. Your fire shrinks defeated as mercury light dissolves. Sheep grudges aside, this fire pins you to time's fabric. The Abbey's first flame, since Henry VII's thugs snuffed their braziers. Historians still argue whether the apse faced east for dawn prayers or simply blocked coastal gales. Dark retreats outflanked, revealing tide pools like shattered spectacles. The quartz cools to milk gray, its dream shift done. Somewhere, a lobster boat's diesel yawn punctures the silence. Your tongue tastes of smoke and centuries, an ashy communion with ghosts. Dawn wins. Cold replaces the fire's blush, ash now gray and damp. Dew beads flirt across your sleeping bag, condensation, baptizing nylon theology. That quartz pebble lies, spent between frost-heaved stones, a charm drained of last night's orange magic. Your spine unkinks, vertebrae popping like damp driftwood mourning, reclaiming its pound of flesh. Trevor noses your boot, muzzle still marred by cereal cement, his glare accusing centuries of bad hospitality. You lob the last raisin from your trail mix. It bounces off his horn like hail off tin. He stomps away, wool pajama butt, swaying island royalty, offended by peasant rations. Curview wing calls stitch the breeze, their cry, a needle pulling silver thread through dawn's canvas. Mist lifts its petticoats off the causeway, teasing bare knees of sun-warmed stone below. Gulls squabble over limpet remains, nature's noisy eviction. Notice for your quiet vigil. You rise, aluminum canteen sloshing like a drunken deacon, and face the eastern arch. The lone sandstone survivor frames blush pink clouds, its curve defying gravity, wind, and Henry's pickaxes. Historians still argue if monks aligned this arch toward Jerusalem, or just away from Wales' predatory rain. Either way, dawn bleeds through clean as a psalm cut fresh. Stretch toward the light, bones clicking like rosary beads. Last night's fire pit steams like a betrayed lover, ash swirling into lazy spirals. Beneath your boots, the famous Abbey moss drinks dew with silent thirst. Locals swear these cushions absorbed 12th century footsteps during prayer, muffling shuffle-sins from God's sharp ears. Shepherds still harvest patches for insoles, claiming it cures gout and bad luck. Salt wind scritches your stubble, cheeks raw as monk-spun wool. You press palms to the app's wall, lichen prickling like holy braille. Cold seeps up your wrists, stone's glacial patience leaching into warm blood. This ruin never wanted saving, just forgetting. Yet 800 summers linger in its marrow. Tide retreats fleeing dawn's inspection and reveals the causeway's spine. Kelp banners drape wet slate, slippery tapestries for homecoming feet. You count exposed stones, 17 wet dark backs, glistening like breaching whales. Barnacle castles cling tighter than sins, their tiny drawbridges shut against greedy oyster-catcher bills. A plover skitters across tidal pools, clockwork, legs faster than prayer requests. It halts, tilts its head, and judges you with one black-bead eye. You're trespassing where mud meets myth, your modern boots too loud for this salt-scripted ballad. Kickstart your numb feet, first steps stiff as cemetery hinges. Your pack straps creak, groaning under leftover oatcake guilt. Pocket the cooled quartz, its edges now just sharp enough to prick distraction. The path unfurls, a frayed rope thrown toward mainland reality. 3 gulls hold court on a tidal rock, bickering over bladder-rack rights. You pass their parliament, ankles kissed by brine, as surf hisses through limestone teeth, sky blues by degrees, gods spilling turpentine across night's charcoal sketch. Halfway down the causeway, you spotted the cairn. Wave-tumbled stones stack beside the trail, a crooked altar to transients. Old ones sink, new perch atop, an ever-shifting hymn of passage. Tradition demands you add a pebble, not for size, but meaning. You weigh the quartz in your palm, its milk-gray surface still holding dawn's fingerprint. Toss it gently, your offering clinking into place beside sea glass and granite. Someone carved Alen 1912 on the bottom stone, letters blurred by salt and envy. Turn back just once, the Abbey shrinking into its loneliness. Sun catches the arch now, gold leafing its curve like a saint's halo. Jackdaws swirl above the roofless choir there, cawing the only matins left. Trevor grazes oblivious near the scriptorium's corpse, wool haloed in morning mist. Mudflats gurgle secrets between stones, their methane whispers rising like half-remembered prayers. Your boot sinks, sucking muck threatens your last dry sock, and you laugh. 13 miles inland your shower awaits. Yet this greedy bog wants one more taste of Pilgrim. Salt marsh unfolds its gold tapestry, rushes bowing as you push through. Pike lurk in peat-stained pools, their dragon faces plotting feather thefts from unwary ducks. A heron statues in the shallows, patient as Job spear-beaked and judgmental. Reach the mainland's thorn hedge, its tangled wall sagging under spider kingdoms. Blackberries cluster like medieval pustules, too sour for June's stealing. You pluck one, pop it, tongue recoiling at green betrayal, and spit seeds toward the retreating tide. The oak appears roots thicker after just one tide's turn, branches lower, as if bowing under new burdens. Lichen bearded, it watches you pass, guardian of thresholds, since long before Abbey stones dreamed upward. Touch its bark, rough palm against your smooth one, an uneven handshake across eras. Sun climbs warming your nape as pavement replaces sheep tracks. The village blinks awake, chimney smoke scribbling lazy circles into washed-out blue. A school bus coughs diesel downshore, its yellow hull full of small humans squirming toward sums and spelling tests. Your key grinds in the cottage lock, salt-gritted defiance, then yields. The radio murmurs breakfast chatter, eggs sizzle, tap water runs clear as lies. That quartz pebble rolls onto the table, its weight tripping the maple grain as you lay boots by the hearth. Salt still powders your lashes, brine ghosts nesting in your hair. Curlew cries echo through your coffee steam, their silver threads stitching sea to land to dream. Sleep will pull you under soon toward tide-swept halls. But for now, sunlight warms the floorboards. You roll the pebble thumb testing its patience as gulls bicker over bins outside. Dawn's second chance fades into day's blunt certainty. Yet somewhere, far out, waves polish stones you'll walk tomorrow. Stones emerge wet dark backs glistening like breaching whales. Kelp drapes the causeway, a slippery welcome for homeward feet. You tighten boot laces, salt-stiffened fingers fumbling, as brine soaks worn leather tongues. Morning carves gold streaks through low clouds, the Abbey shrinking behind you, its arch, a parenthesis around emptiness. One wobbly step, grip, tested on velvet-slimed rock, knuckles white as gull bellies. Tide pools breathe between stones, their surfaces mirroring sky bruises. A hermit crab inspects your sole armored tenant, questioning foreign geology. Your shadow stretches seaward, leaks across mussel beds, becoming some long-legged waiting god. Wind lunges, snatching breath, stealing your hood like a pickpocket bishop. Laugh at the scramble wool tangled over eyes, suddenly blind in this open cathedral. 3 oyster catchers jeer from a tidal throne, their bills orange scimitars against slate. Kelp whips your calves, sea whips urging haste, though tides retreat buys hours. Each stone wears its own tide line, barnacle collars marking devotion. Historians still argue whether Celtic monks chose this path for penance, or just hated wet sandals. Modern pilgrims know the truth. Every slipping step carves humility. Sidestep a jellyfish, translucent brain pulsing, its alien thoughts lost in ozone. Fishermen drag nets beyond the breakers, 20th century boats ghosting 12th century hunger. Remember the Abbey's ledger, their one recorded luxury. 8 barrels of French wine yearly, bargained from Normandy traders for salted herring. A crab debates your progress, claws raised like scholarly objections, black eyes tracking each shuffle. You bow, inviting it to lecture. But surf interrupts the philosophy. Cold water gulps your ankle, surprise gasp, swallowed by seabird chatter. Halfway now, pulse banging ribcage hymns, lungs burning peat smoke. The mainland yawns closer, thorn hedges, stitching coast to hill. Jackdaws swirl above distant oak, their wings ink blots on dawn's parchment. Kneel to pry up a mussel, blue-black shell gleaming, knife edge perfect. Local lore claims these hold storm warnings, their hinge tension tightening before gales. Scientists scoff, yet you pocket it anyway, a sea charm against subway Mondays. Light fractures through retreating clouds, sudden warmth blessing salt-crusted shoulders. Below, pink granite glows, rose where waves retreat, granite carted here by glacier drunkards long before Abbey plans. Your soul slips, world tilting, knee-meeting stone with monk-worthy penitence. Laugh through the sting, blood-beating scrape, salts burn confirming life. A plover trills approval, its tune medieval, as plain chant, feet dancing tide foam. Wipe hands on jeans, smearing kelp green across industrial denim, blending eras carelessly. The last stones rise, barnacle-free giants spared by deeper waters. Touch one, its surface, pocked by centuries, finger tracing moon crater imperfections. Stonemasons quarried these inland, ox teams sweating paths, now buried under highways. That quartz pebble in your pocket hums, its homeward pull magnetic. Reach the shore's rusted iron stake, fence post left by long-dead farmers. Turn back, mist already veiling the Abbey island, its outline blurring into myth. Your footprints fill behind you, see erasing proof of passage. Grass welcomes, tired feet nettles, stinging through damp socks, reward for mainland return. Smell smoke from first village chimneys, peat and bacon, weaving morning spells. Boots sink into loam, soils cling claiming you, priest of the everyday. That muscle rolls in your coat lining rough kiss against hip, as heel meets pavement's insult. Tarmac stretches north, ribbon cut through marsh samphire, while east waits bed, shower, electricity's blasphemy. Sun climbs higher, your shadow shrinking, no longer waiting God, just human, tired, salt-cured alive. Unlace boots, peel socks, feel earth's tickle between raw toes. Waves keep polishing stones behind you, ready for next fools, next feet, next tides. The causeway sleeps now, kelp blanket drawn high, dreaming its between-world dreams. Boots squelch through boggy ground marsh grass, whispering against denim. Earth reclaiming salt-sprayed travelers. Ahead, the cairn waits, stacked stone sentinel crouching low, where meadow path bends, its granite vertebrae rise crooked, each rock chosen by hands, now turned to dust. Bend knees, protesting peat-sodden jeans, fingertips testing smoothness on candidate stones. Cold seeps into palm lines, earth's patience infecting human haste. Select one striped with quartz, its milky veins lit like trapped lightning. The Victorian shoremen believed such rocks glowed during shipwrecks, luring drowned sailors home. Skeptics call it nonsense, yet your thumb strokes the white threads just in case. Stack it beside a honey-colored slab, two strangers meeting atop another's memory. Archaeologists count over 400 such cairns along wild Welsh coasts, Bronze Age breadcrumbs left across time. Your addition feels laughably small, 3-story corporate confidence, shrunk to pebble humility. Wind combs through the pile, humming between gaps. A stone flute playing tidal scales. One teardrop-shaped rock draws your eye, its belly pocked with tiny holes. Fossilized sea worm tunnels, or worm castings, or as eccentric Edwardian naturalist Gerald Harrowby swore, a druid's star chart. Touch the perforations, rough-edged constellations, humoring Harrowby's ghost. Slide it against your quartz companion, hearing their gritty kiss, weather-beaten skin touching. Historians still argue whether these cairns marked graves or trade roads. One man's tombstone is another's GPS. Your answer comes simpler. Their autographs on the land's skin, IWAS. Here, chiseled in earth's flesh. Another stone, this one ocean-clouded, surface-etched with branching chaos. Lichen clings to grooves, green lace celebrating disorder. Local teenagers whisper these lines ward off cell signals, their phones. Indeed, glitching near cairn clusters. Prove, disprove, doesn't matter. You pat it like a pregnant woman's belly. Anyway, shift the pile, balancing wobble with curse and grin. 3. becomes 4, becomes 3 again. Blame wind gravity, lazy prehistoric ghost. Finally, a crooked tower stands mini Mont St. Mitchell against meadows green. Pocket the fallen reject, fate's consolation. Prize its chips, mimicking the Abbey's arc. Sun-warmed granite breathes under palms, cozy as a just-fed hearth. Think of all who have knelt here. 6th century monks, 18th century herders, Napoleonic era smugglers. Their fingers shared this soil, bacteria trading hands across oceans of time. Microbiologists would hyperventilate. You just wipe sweat on your collar. Lean back, moss cushions your spine, watch jackdaws dive bomb the new landmark. The debate over cairns continues, altar or almanac. Your spine knows truth. It's Earth's guest book, entries stacked, never alphabetized, infinitely dog-eared. Grind peat between thumb and forefinger, smudge ochre, blessing onto your highest stone. That quartz vein glints, drowned sailor beacon, or mineral accident. The marsh keeps secrets, stand bones creaking, world tilting balance, regained against Krolaf air. Boots track mud toward pavement, cairn shrinking in periphery, its whisper clinging to fleece. Check your pocket. The fallen stone nestles beside the muscle, blue-black and clouded gray. Business card from eras, colliding future relic for desk or dashboard. Tarmac bites soles through worn tread, civilization's welcome mat. Glance back, your 4-stone skyscraper blurs into history's jumbled masonry. Maybe tomorrow's walker adds a 5th. Maybe rain scatters them tonight. Maybe Bronze Age teens snorted at your weak stacking skills. The village pub chimney smokes ahead, yeast and hops, perfuming salt-heavy air. Cairn builders deserve ale, you decide, hand already reaching for door iron shaped like a heron. The stone in your pocket pulses, or maybe it's just the ghost of a pelvis on peat. Boots scrape against tarmac, village hum, vibrating through worn soles, pub chatter muffled by a final curve in the lane. You pause, not for breath, but because the marsh pool glints suddenly between alder branches, a liquid mirror wedged in peat and time. Kneel, last patch of wild ground before pavement conquers, all denim soaking up brackish damp. The water lies perfectly still, no frog ripples, no wind flickers, just glass holding 2 skies. Clouds float above, clouds drift below, identical, except for one detail. Your face ripples across both heavens, modern eyes trespassing in ancient atmospheres. Drag a fingertip, breaking the surface tension. Watch reality shatter into concentric rings. When stillness returns, your reflection shows a stranger. Hair wilder, eyes salt-stung, skin holding more sunlight than before. Historians tally medieval drainage ditches dug by Cistercian monks, their bones aching under marsh-spoiled robes. But this pool remembers older thirsts, Neolithic hunters kneeling where you kneel, their spears reflecting beside your phantom smartphone shape. Lean too close, teeter catch yourself with mud-slick palms. The mirrored sky swallows your shadow, you're momentarily headless, just torso, hovering above liquid cosmos. Some locals claim these pools show not your face, but who you'll become at life's end. Rub your chin, check. For sudden beard whiteness, nope. Just stubble and yesterday's sunscreen streak. A beetle rose across infinity, legs combing cloud stuff, Viking ship scaled for Lilliputians. Its wake stitches both skies together, piercing the illusion of up and down. Edwardian poet Ealdvaugh swore he saw drowned church bells gleaming below, bronze phantoms tolling in reverse. Your gaze finds only pebbles green with algae, their edges rounded by century-slow tumbles. Crouch lower, nose almost touching the surface. Inhale wet earth and decayed reeds. Something glints under the peat-stained water, not gold or glass, but pale crescent of shell. Fossil, or lamb bone left by Bronze Age teens roasting stolen mutton. Scoop it, brown water draining through fingers, revealing common cockleshell. Disappointment tastes oddly sweet, like expecting treasure, and finding picnic debris instead. Turn the shell, its ridges catching light, and spot carvings. Tiny zigzags groove the surface, abstract or accidental. Scholars still dispute whether pre-Roman Britons etched art on shells, or if tides do the sculpting. These lines look purposeful, though 3 peaks, 3 valleys, repeating. Your thumb traces them, feeling intention, or maybe projecting desperation onto a shellfish's accidental beauty. Across the pool, your upside-down boots stand sentinel, their soles caked in Abbey mud and meadow pollen. The left tread holds a pebble from the cairn quartz vein winking like a semaphore code. You shake it loose, watch it sink, a miniature meteor plunging through cloud layers. Circles spread, blurring your reflection, as if the pool tries erasing your presence. Wind ruffles the water at last, wrinkling the mirrored sky into Van Gogh swirls. Now you're Picasso-faced, nose beside ear, chin floating above forehead. The illusion feels truer somehow, after 3 days walking your pieces, barely holding together. Pull out that failed cairn rock, the one from your pocket. Hold it over the chaos. Drop it. A wet plop echoes too loud in meadow stillness. Your reflection explodes, then reassembles, rock now resting among submerged grass blades. Bubbles rise, one silver orb expands, pops at the surface, with a sound like a tiny kiss. Victorian scientists believed such bubbles carried messages from ground spirits. Nonsense, of course, though you wait anyway. If dirt could speak, what curses would it heap on boot-clumsy apes? Sun shifts, piercing oak shade, transforming the pool into sudden mercury. Blink against glare, shielding eyes spot movement below. Not fish, not bugs, just your own hand waving, delayed by water's thickness. Flap fingers like sea anemones, solitary clown performing for marsh grass and indifferent frogs. Stand too fast, black spots swarming your vision, stumble backward onto mercifully solid ground. The horizon tilts, grass becoming ceiling, sky flipping floorward. When equilibrium returns, you study the pool edge. Boot prints already fill with seepage, evidence dissolving as you watch. Walk 20 paces up the lane, glance back. The pool hides again, shy behind reeds, just one patch of shimmer betraying its position. Remember reading medieval mapmakers marked such spots as dwellings of the uncertain saints, places where heaven licks earth. Your boots carry its water toward breakfast and Wi-Fi. Last beads rolling down rubber grooves like fleeing mercury. The oak's shadow stretches longer than logic allows. Your absence measured not in hours, but in rings added to its girth. Bark feels rougher under your palm, white fissures, spiderwebbing, since yesterday's touch. A woodpecker drills somewhere high above, its Morse code message lost on your untrained ears. Dew from mornings, first light clings to your boots, still, village pavements failed to steal all the wild damp. Brush fingers across those roots, same ones that cradled your steps days ago. Now they cradle acorn shells, split by squirrels. Cistercian monks planted these sentinels every 7 paces along pilgrim paths, their belief that trees purified breathable air centuries before science agreed. You half expect carved initials from bored novices. Instead, find only woodless marching through valleys of bark. Wind shifts, carrying the Abbey's brine scent. Even here, a full half-mile inland, the oak's leaves flutter like pages torn from unseen books. Inside, their rustle time bends sideways. Locals whisper that circling this tree thrice at dawn confuses the ghost of Abbot Llewellyn. He'll grant you extra years if you outpace his sand timer. You count footsteps instead, 18 between the largest roots. Don't risk the lapse. Moss has greened the northern side deeper since your passing. 3 days of rain, gifting velvet inches. Press your ear to it, cool and damp, absurdly hoping for heartbeat instead of beetle scuttles your reward. Historians still argue whether 14th century pilgrims napped beneath these branches, or if church law forbade resting before reaching holy ground. A faint sheep bell clanks in the valley. Its tempo matches the retreating tide's pulse, timekeeping methods divided by centuries, but synchronized by this land. Your pocket still holds that quartz pebble, its edges gleaming wet when you spit polish it against your sleeve. This cairn stone feels heavier now, not in weight, but resonance. Place it in the oak's central crevice, where last autumn's nest fragments decay. Tradition says travelers leave tokens for those who follow someday. A stranger's fingers might trace its veins, wondering whose boot soles carried it through salt and stone. Sunlight spears through suddenly, transforming the trunk's wrinkles into glowing canyons. Your shadow stretches 10 feet tall, an inkblot giant with grass blade hair. Last week, this trick of light would have sent you fumbling for your phone's camera. Now you stand still, letting the moment etch itself behind your eyes. Modern life runs on stolen instants, but here, seconds swell like rising dough, time made tangible in the oak's slow breath. Ants traverse your bootlaces, their cargo, petal fragments, and dead gnats, tiny funeral processions, unaware of your mountain-sized foot. Lean closer, watch them reroute around stitching, eight-legged engineers solving sudden cliff faces. 19th century entomologist Eleanor Glanville proved ants ignore human boundaries. Their 1875 experiment involved sugar trails across property lines, earning her the nickname the Queendom's trespasser. These scouts seem equally unimpressed by denim. They march onward toward some sweet apocalypse. A single leaf spirals down, hits your shoulder, its yellow edge betraying summer's quiet surrender. Pluck it, veins branching like miniature rivers. Hold it against the sky. Through its decay-thinned membrane, clouds blush pink. That storm the monks feared, maybe 2 hours off, judging by the mare's tails combing the west. Victorian meteorology primers claimed oak leaves curl upward before rain. This one stays defiantly flat, just crisping at the edges. Thank unknown monks for planting such uncooperative prophets. Kick off your boots. Peel sock damp from skin-buried toes in last year's leaf litter. The gasp-cool shock makes you laugh, sound foreign, after days of wind howl and ruin whispers. Did Abbot Llewellyn ever ditch his sandals, press wrinkled toes to forest floor? Or was mortification of flesh too holy for such joy? Squish mud between toes, infantile delight, until realizing you'll need those boots back on eventually. Above, sycamore seeds, helicopter past, green cogs, escaping nature's clockwork. Catch one mid-spin, its wings silken between your fingers. Legend claims sycamores grow where angels buried their combs, every seed twin-bladed like celestial hair ornaments. This one's damp, its journey interrupted by your palm, not quite airborne again when you toss it upward. Watching it spiral into the oak's embrace, you decide angels probably shave their heads now, minimalist, heaven aesthetics, or whatever. Buzzard's cry slices the quiet, wingtips ragged against paling sky. It circles once, twice, then glides toward the coast where your abbey stands islanded. Track its path until the oak's branches swallow the view. Only dappled light and birdless blue remain. Edwardian ornithologists glued fake mustaches to captured buzzards, proving facial feathers affected wind resistance during dives. Thankfully, science now uses wind tunnels and less humiliation. The thought makes you stroke your own chin, grateful for razors and dignity. Retrieve your boots. Damp socks cling like stubborn mollusks as you wrestle them on. That quartz pebble winks once from its wooden cradle, capturing last light before clouds thicken. Step onto the path, violating lichen patterns laid since your last footfall. Or has it been mere days? Under oak shade, calendar pages stop flipping. The modern tyranny of schedules dissolves into leaf mold and patience. Breeze stiffens, bringing first raindrops sharp as pine needles against your neck. Turn once, watch the oak ripple behind a curtain of drizzle, its outlines softening like memory, made liquid. 12th century wine jugs buried near its roots, found by drunk schoolboys in 1972. their clay stained purple by ghosts of grapes. Hide those artifacts in museum basements, yet the oak still stands, living relic, among catalogued corpses of history. Tomorrow's dew will purl along its branches, each droplet holding a miniature reflecting sky. Your footprints fill with water behind you, liquid blotting out evidence of passage. One stride another, boots find pavements cruel blessing at last. Glance back between flickering birch trunks. The oak dissolves into green shadow, guardian, retreating into its own myth. 7 days hence, this mud will crust to dust, new tracks overwriting yours. The cairn stones quartz winking at strangers, yet unborn. Rain slicks your hair, mouth tasting of iron and whales, as you turn toward diesel fumes and streetlights humming promises of warmth. One step across that unseen border, leather soles, meeting tarmac's black tongue, steel gutters, replacing root-threaded earth. Did Abbot Llewellyn ever pace this same transition? Cowl pulled against drizzle, homesick prayers steaming into cold air. Above the village, smoke braids itself into rain-heavy clouds, your spine still tingling where tree shadow clung. The pebble remains behind its silence louder now than all the Abbey's drowned bells, your thumb-rubbing phantom ridges against denim. 3 magpies swoop across the lane cackling news of your return, and suddenly you're counting. 1 for sorrow, 2 for mirth, 3 for a funeral. Wait, no, that third bird veers left, vanishing behind slate roofs. Just 2 then, joy balanced on feather-edged chance. Pull your collar high, start counting paving stones instead, odd numbers, until Tesco's sign flashes neon through the downpour. Inside your pocket, the phantom pebble burns, an amputated limb your nerves refuse to forget. Its absence carves hollows beneath your ribs, makes your boot soles feel too thin, too smooth against civilization's flattened stones. Rain drips from your nose, hits pavement, blurs into the million betrayals that paved this road. Somewhere behind the oak's branches cup twilight, nursing shadows you shed like snakeskin. A wee of bus brakes splits the quiet its doors, hissing open like an indifferent lung. You climb aboard, coins clattering, receipts, and wet woolen smells enveloping you. Through rain-smeared glass, the lane twists back toward marshes, but the last oak has already folded itself into memory's green fog. Seat vinyl crackles as you sink down, hair dripping onto a graffitied headrest, each droplet carrying salt from Abbey stones and quartz dust from the cairn. Exhale, watch your breath fog the window, obscuring everything beyond. With one finger, draw a single arch echoing that roofless sanctuary now drowning under incoming tide. The condensation fades, your crude Abbey dissolving into rivulets, taking its time. Warmth gropes through the bus, ancient heaters, each breath tasting of diesel and fake pine air freshener. Your damp coat steams like cheap theater fog. Condensation rolls down windows like tears. Someone's neglected sports pay clings to the seat beside you, headlines blearing into Rorschach blots under wet denim. Outside, rain smears streetlights into melting halos, the world dissolving like sugar cubes in tea. That pocket with the missing pebble gapes, empty, despite the peppermint wrapper, crumpled at its depths, twisted inside out. Hunt phantom quartz grit under fingernails, find nothing but lint. Cars slosh past their headlights, stabbing through steam clouds, temporary comets trailing exhaust. 12th century Welsh law required villages to light nightly lanterns, warding off spirits and tax collectors both. You flinch when the driver brakes. A sudden lurch spills your backpack onto fouled linoleum. Grimace while wiping sludge off the zipper, caramel-colored muck smelling of wet dog and estuary. Blame the Abbey's tidal ghosts for this, or your own sodden clumsiness. A teenager snickers 2 rows back, their phone glow painting blue stripes on wet glass. Shift sideways, watch your breath fog the pain again. Draw another arch beside the first. Last night's fire lives there, embers tattooed into your retinas, floating between condensation streaks. Historians still argue whether medieval villages deliberately built roads lopsided, confusing Viking raiders, or if drunk surveyors deserve the credit. Your own boots squelch with every pothole modern intrusions on ancient mud ruts. Lurch to your feet as the bus wheezes at a stop. The door hisses like an aggrieved swan grabbing sandwich scraps. Rain greets you like a needy terrier, soaking your collar before you even step down. Pavement glistens under orange streetlights, each puddle swallowing reflected neon signs above chip shops and charity stores. A pub sign creaks ahead, its painted dragon peeling scales from damp plywood. Smell of frying oil and stale beer beckons, warmer than any Abbey fire despite the grease-slick air. Push inside, bell jangling overhead, your boots leaving snail trails on threadbare carpet. 87 steps from bus stop to pub door. But who's counting wet socks anyway? Barmaid arches an eyebrow at your drowned rat entrance, slides a towel across without comment. Rub your hair raw, watch raindrops bead on waxed tables like misplaced mercury. Locals murmur over darts and lottery tickets, their words blurring into white noise beneath tinny football commentary. Order tea, plain and scalding, something to cauterize the coastal chill, still rattling your ribs. Sink into a corner booth, vinyl squealing under damp jeans. The tea burns your tongue, punishment for impatience, or maybe just karma for abandoning that cairn stone. Outside, a delivery van reverses with frantic beeps, its headlights baptizing the alley in brief white glare. 19th century miners supposedly hid smuggled brandy in rainwater barrels. Here, their ghostly footsteps still creak floorboards every Halloween. Fumbling with sugar packets, your fingers tremble, 3 spill across the table in grainy confession. Scoop them into a messy pile, build a miniature sugar cairn stupid tribute to lost stones and tidal decisions. Stir the tea clockwise against all childhood superstition Watch brown vortexes swirl toward oblivion. Your phone buzzes, screen cracked, but alive, flooded with notifications blinking like distress flares. Swipe them away. Let the black mirror reflect your rain-streaked face instead. Beyond the glass, village windows glow like pinned fireflies, fridge lights, and TVs stitching constellations across the hillside. One house blazes brighter, curtains wide, a family crowding around some invisible drama. Remember that Abbey niche where moonlight pooled like liquid pewter, its silence more articulate than any screen's chatter. The quartz would have warmed there too if you'd kept it nestled under saint-carved stones until tides reclaimed everything. A drunk staggers past your table, muttering about bent darts and rigged games. His elbow nearly topples your cairn substitute. Stand abruptly, sugar pile avalanches across laminated wood, vanishing into sticky nothingness. You leave coins weighing down the wet napkin tip included, because abandoning things feels thematic tonight. Push back into the rain. It's gentler now, mist softening edges like worn velvet. Street lamps guide you uphill, their light pooling on cobbles worn smooth by centuries of clogs and tractor tires. Each step echoes the Causeway stones, those submerged siblings now fathoms deep under black tides. An upstairs window shows a child's nightlight, pale blue shaped like a starfish forced into domestic service. Your own front gate squeals, rusty hinges composing a welcome dirge. Fumble keys from slurry pocket depths, metal teeth biting cold into your palm. Garden gnomes lurk in shadow, their painted smiles chipped by winters you were here to witness. That bonsai oak you neglected leans sideways, mimicking its elder cousin's wind-bent silhouette, a pot-bound tribute. Key grinds in the lock stubborn, until momentum rewards your jiggling. Heat blasts from radiators set to inferno before you left, clinging sock smells and yesterday's toast still orbiting the hallway. Kick off boots. They flop sideways, shedding grass seeds onto laminate flooring like guilty confetti. Climb stairs slowly, each creaking step a reluctant metronome, your shadow stretching up the wall ahead. At the landing window, pause, glimpse distant headlights weaving toward the coast. Somewhere beyond those beams, your abbey drowns beneath high tide, seaweed wrapping around fallen arches like possessive lovers. Your room holds its breath, bedside lamp casting honeyed squares across crumpled sheets. Rain taps Morse code against the glass, softer now, a language you almost learned these past nights. Pull the curtain, smile at your own reflection, haloed by that starfish nightlight across the street. Decades from now, its glow will haunt some locals' nostalgia, their grandparents insisting it kept selkies from crawling through plumbing. Strip, wet layers, jeans hit the floor with a sodden thump, hoodie peeling off like reluctant bark. Pull on sweatpants fuzzy from too many washes. Their worn seems familiar as old hymns. Collapse onto the mattress, springs groaning your damp hair, blotting the pillowcase with abstract art. Downstairs, the fridge shudders awake, its motor humming monastic chants in mechanical devotion. Outside, a fox screams, high-pitched and raw, nature's reminder that wilderness didn't end at your overgrown hedge. You curl toward the wall, knees drawn up, breath slowing to match the radiator's rhythmic ticks. That phantom pebble presses between ribs again, weightless and massive, the absence holding more density than matter ever could. Blink heavy eyelids, streetlight glow stripes the ceiling, golden bars caging nothing but dust motes. Somewhere far off, a siren wails, rising, then fading, like waves dragging shingle back to sea. Your palm scratches the sheet, searching blindly for quartz that isn't there, roughness remembered, but unfelt. 5 sheep leap over a fence in your mind, wan shepherds from nursery rhymes or Abbey dreams. Their wool smells of campfire smoke and tidal flats, clouds with legs grazing star fields. Counting backward through them, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Darkness thickens, streetlights blur, the village's pulse slows beneath shared silence. Fingertips find the quartz stone, cool despite hours, spent pressed to your thigh, its edges softened not by tides, but by restless thumb rubs. Rain drums the window pane, steady as a monk's heartbeat, each droplet trailing paths down glass like pilgrims descending a hillside. Medieval Welsh travelers carried such pebbles, tokens to prove pilgrimages completed. Though yours never got its passport stamped, the pebble rolls across your palm, a miniature world of milky veins and crystal fractures. Hold it to the lamplight, watch gold speckles ignite, buried stars winking from geological exile. Some 13th century abbots claimed stones absorbed human sins during coastal storms, nature's confessionals, weathering secrets smooth. Your thumb traces a ridge skin catching on microscopic teeth, the ghost of pressure from an ancient seabed. Slide it into your sweatshirt pocket. Hear the muffled click as quartz meets loose change, modern treasure among supermarket receipts. Across the room, your backpack slumps against the door, still faintly stinking of estuary mud and wet sheep. Centuries ago, pilgrims sewed pebbles into hems, afraid highwaymen would steal proof of their devotion. You smirk, imagining some knife-wielding thief cursing at a pocket full of gravel, his hoard worthless as last week's lottery ticket. Rain slackens to a whisper, pavement outside gleaming like wet slate. That pub cairn of sugar packets dissolves now, melted by a barmaid's cloth. Your small rebellion erased before the crisp's order landed. Historians still argue whether beach cairns served as tide gauges, property markers, or just Viking pranks to confuse monastery cows. Your own little rock feels heavier tonight, a paperweight tethering you to tidal memory. Kick off socks, toes wriggling in air gone stale from radiator breath, and count water stains on the ceiling. 2 look like Ireland, 3 like poorly drawn badgers. Beneath the bed, something rustles, probably that missing hair clip or a disgruntled house spider. Locals say certain stones hum when full moon hits them, sending vibrations through floorboards to haunt lazybones at dawn. Yours stays stubbornly silent, a dud in the symphony of creaks and pipes. Pull the pebble out again. Press its cool plane to your forehead, a secular baptism for sleep-resistant minds. Streetlight catches a fleck of gold inside, lightning frozen mid-strike. A miniature storm-captured millennia before flash photography. 9th century scribes wrote of miracles caused by traveling stones, pebbles migrating between altars overnight, though they probably just rolled downhill. Your phone glows on the nightstand, a blue rectangle screaming about tomorrow's meeting. But you flip it face down like a naughty child. Better the pebble's mute companionship, its wordless wisdom, earned through eons of being stepped on by trilobites and tourists alike. Someone long dead held this stone, their oils long vanished from its surface, their prayers unspooled into Atlantic winds. Stretch sideways, sheets rasping against frayed sweats, and tuck the quartz under your pillow. Some fringe theories claim Welsh monks embedded crystals in mortar, believing quartz amplified prayers against storm demons. But no scholarly dug-up proof between the nettles. The stone presses upward, a tiny mountain range under polyester, its Alps and valleys mapped by your dreaming skull. Wind howls around the eaves, play acting at being a wolf, but your double glazing muzzles its theatrics. Downstairs, the fridge coughs, then lapses into mechanical meditation. Your thumb finds the pebble's sharpest edge, a sting to anchor you against sleep's riptide, the same way monks bit their tongues during boring vespers. 4 sheep huddle in your mind's meadow now, their wool pewter gray in moonlight, their bells clanking like rusty hinges. One bends to nibble your abandoned pebble, mistaking geology for salt lick, its tongue rasping against quartz indifference. Count backward 4, 3, 2, 1. The flock dissolves into static wool, unraveling into sheets, twisted around your ankles. Dawn will bleach the stone pale again, erase tonight's intimacy, return it to being just a rock from a tidal path. Until then, it rests, a silent conspirator in your palm, its fractures gleaming like roads to unseen abbeys. Rain stops, sudden as a caught breath, leaving your window streaked with second-hand starlight. Tomorrow's pockets will jingle with keys and crumpled bus tickets. But for these hours, quartz outweighs copper and silver both. Eyelids droop, street lamp glow softening, your fingers loosening around the pebble's tired theology. Somewhere beyond the radiator's hymn, the causeway sinks beneath high tide, its stones dreaming of pilgrim souls returning. Your own soul's tingle echoing that submerged path as sleep pulls you under like a benevolent current. The pebble remains cool and patient, waiting to outlast your fleeting warmth. Fingertips drift across pillow, seams threadbare fabric whispering against skin like receding tide over sand. Peat smoke clings to cotton, that stubborn ghost of coastal fires, though your laundry detergent screams alpine breeze. Some 9th century Welsh monks stuffed their pillows with dried seaweed, believing briny scents warded off nightmares of drowning. You'll stick to synthetic fibers, thanks. A truck rumbles past outside, its headlights sweeping walls like lighthouse beams, briefly painting your room in watery gold. Your pebble rests under the pillow, its cold edge a counterpoint to warm cheek, quartz against flesh-echoing stone paths under boots. Historians still debate whether Tidal Island abbeys served as spiritual fortresses, economic powerhouses, or just particularly scenic places to avoid in-laws. Eyelids surrender, not with a fall, but a slow seep as mattress springs become abbey grass beneath you. Moonlight bleaches ruined arches, bone-white, their shadows stretching across your dream self like monastic robes. That quartz weight persists, its presence bleeding through layers of unconsciousness, a paperclip holding dream to waking. Wind carries, voices now, not words, but melodies scanning through empty windows. 13 monks once sang here daily, their chants battling gales for dominance. Though tonight's choir smells, suspiciously, of fabric softener. Your dream feet glide over clover-choked flagstones, each step stirring pollen that glows like embers in moonlight. Someone's left fresh mussel shells on a crumbling altar, their pearly insides gleaming like misplaced smiles. Overhead, bats carve cursive scripts across star fields, inked quills writing stories only night understands. Your thumb finds the pebble in your pocket, dream logic granting it passage, and its surface thrums against skin. Medieval pilgrims swore certain stones warmed near holy relics, their heat proof of divine proximity, though yours just steals body temperature like a sneak thief. A blackthorn bush rustles not from wind, but the passage of something dragging wet wool. 3 spectral sheep emerge, their fleece glittering with frost or starlight, cloven hooves clicking on stones no living shepherd paved. Their eyes reflect your phone's charging light from beyond sleep, that modern mischief seeping into ancient ruins. You half expect one to demand Wi-Fi passwords, but they stoop to nibble ghost bracken instead, their jaws moving soundlessly. Lean against a lichen-crusted wall, its surface gritty against your shoulder, until a mosaic fragment bites through thin pajama fabric. 12 sheep now dot the meadow, their numbers swelling without math or reason, dream flock logic defying dawn's corrections. 9th century scribes recorded phantom herds trailing pilgrims. Some claimed they were angels in sheep form, others blamed bad ale. Salt spray kisses your face, though the sea lies miles beyond waking world windows. Dream tides breaching bedroom walls with ease. Waves echo through the roofless nave, not as crashes, but as whispers, the ocean playing telephone with your subconscious. Your pebble hums in harmony, its vibration buzzing up your arm, connecting quartz marrow to saltwater veins. Tilt your head back, stars reflected in the rain puddle near your dream feet, double infinity stretching above and below. That's when you notice the fishing net cobwebs strung between arch and hawthorn, each dewdrop glinting with trapped starlight. Reach to touch one, an absurd impulse, but your hand passes through gossamer, untouched. Some claim old world cobwebs carried prayers better than bells, their threads vibrating with every pious breath, though spiders remain notably silent on theology. Cold seeps through sockless feet, dreamgrass damp with dew or centuries of tears, the chill creeping upward like rising groundwater. Your phantom sheep scatter, melting into moon shadows near the scriptorium skeleton, their frost-flecked wool dissolving into mist. Stone threshold under your palm feels suddenly warm, weather-smoothed granite pulsing like sun-baked skin, the Abbey's slow heartbeat syncopating with yours. Muffled thunder rolls. Or is it the fridge downstairs cycling on again, its growl warping into dream space as storm threat? Rain begins, silver needles stitching wool clouds to ruined arches, each droplet passing through your dream self without wetness. The pebble in your pocket grows heavier, anchor against sleep's drift, its quartz core thrumming like a tuning fork struck against the world's edge. You spot movement in the scriptorium's hollow shell, a hunched figure bending over a phantom desk, quill scratching vellum only owls can read. Moonlight reveals not a face, but the absence where faces go, just coarse robes and ink-stained fingers blurring at their tips. Historians found half a crayfish claw in Lenitchwadog, Abbey's drain proof that hunger loosened fasting rules, or maybe just a really misplaced picnic. Step closer, dream curiosity overriding self-preservation, and the figure dissolves into moth-wing confetti. Its quill clatters onto stone, a puff of lichen spores, rising where it lands, the sound echoing long after the fall. This scriptorium once housed chronicles of tide patterns, miracle cures, and complaints about thieving gulls, all lost to ivy and English kings. Rain stops mid-fall, droplets suspended like glass beads on invisible strings. As moonlight sharpens every leaf edge, your pebbles' hum rises in pitch, a sound felt more than heard, vibrating molars and memories alike. 3 spectral sheep reappear by the eastern arch, their frost now melted into halos, silently judging your pajama pants. You salute them with the pebble, its milky surface glowing womb pink in imagined dawn. Waves crash louder now, not through ruin openings, but from beneath the flagstones. Salt water seeps between cracks, first in shy rivulets, then confident streams mapping paths only tides remember. High vaulted ceilings, though roofless for centuries, seem to press downward as dream waters rise. Yet you float, a buoy tethered to quartz, hair fanning like seaweed in currents smelling of brine and bedtime tea. The Abbey dissolves, stone becoming liquid, liquid becoming light, until you're suspended in mercury waves tangled with stars. No up, no down, just the pebbles' weight against your ribs, compass needle swinging toward unseen north. Historians still argue whether tidal chapels nourished faith or just amplified the sea's indifferent roar. Either way, they charged 2 herring for relic viewings. A hand grasps yours, fingers cool as river-smooth pebbles, then releases just as fast. Whose hand? No face emerges from the waterlight, just the lingering sense of being guided shoreward by unseen monks. Their grip felt surprisingly solid for phantoms, calloused palms testament to hauling fishing nets, or maybe just moving stubborn lecterns. Sunlight bleaches your closed eyes, gold seeping through lids like melted butter, as dream waters drain toward some unseen plug hole. Flagstones solidify underfoot, dew-wet grass pricking bare ankles, dawn staining arches peach sherbet hues. Your sheep stand sentinel again, frost replaced by pollen halos, their jaws working on imaginary herbs. The pebble warms its usual chill, replaced by hearthstone comfort, as first true birdsong braids the breeze. Your pajamas feel absurd here, threadbare cotton glaring against medieval stones. But dream logic dresses no one properly. That quartz weight grounds you, its edges pressing palm lines like a cartographer, mapping sleep's uncharted coast. Clock radios blare somewhere beyond the veil, their shriek warping into curlew cries as dawn's fingers tighten around the dream. Walls waver, moonlight leaking away like tipped ink, sheep fading into nothingness. Only the pebble stays real, its solid stubbornness bridging 2 worlds, until your own bed's creak drags you shoreward. Breath hitches, lungs remembering air untainted by salt, as eyelids flutter against morning's gray smirk. Fingertips find the pebble still nestled under pillow, unchanged, yet somehow different. Its silence, now layered with wave song. Street noise resumes its siege, tires hissing on wet pavement. But for 3 heartbeats, you hover between tidal and terrestrial. The quartz rests quiet, its duties done, as sheep-safe meadows dissolve into cluttered bedroom corners. Downstairs, the kettle screams for attention, its whistle sharp as any seabird's cry. You press the pebble to your sternum, one final communion, before tucking it beneath yesterday's crumpled shirt. Morning light shows its flaws clearly now, microscopic cracks mapping eons of pressure. But you know its secret vibrations. Sheet tangles mimic tide lines around your ankles, the sea's persistent memory, even in landlocked sheets. Someone's mowing lawns outside, grass scent battling peats, phantom, the war of modern versus medieval waged through nostrils. Your thumb finds the pebble through fabric, its surface already warming, ready to sleep, until moonrise calls it back to duty. Pillow holds the quartz's impression, a tiny crater where worlds brushed close, as you swing stiff legs over bed's edge. Reality arrives like low tide, rushing in to fill dream hollows with emails and breakfast and poorly timed alarms. Only the lingering brine smell hints at midnight travels, and the pebble sleeping in its cotton den, patient as Abbey stones awaiting the next pilgrim step. Dust motes swirl where dream sheep grazed their phantom flock, scattered by sunlight's broom. Yet hooves still echo beneath commute planning thoughts. The pebble remains cool nucleus in life's chaos, its fractures humming verses only deep sleep hears. Blinking awake, salt still dusting your lashes like stubborn glitter. The pillowcase smells faintly of kelp and diesel. Morning traffic rumbles its secular hymn outside. Yet within your skull, waves still slap against lichen-crusted stones. Your thumb seeks the pebble instinctively, its quartz surface, now warm from hours under your ribs, an old habit since crossing back. Stretch stiff limbs, every muscle protesting like groaning floorboards, as dawn stains the ceiling peach gray. Remember 9th century pilgrims taking St. Cuthbert's Way. They carried sea pebbles too, believing each stone absorbed a prayer's weight during travel. Yours just holds yesterday's sleep crust and stubbornness, padding barefoot to the window, floorboards shockingly solid after dream sond. You catch your foggy reflection against sky. Hands press cold glass, the city stretching below like a circuit board. When did streetlights stop looking like starshine? Some claim monks navigated tidal causeways using glowworm jars, their bioluminescence brighter than oil lamps. The worms probably appreciated the promotion. A coffee machine gurgles modernity's answer to holy water fonts, its steam curling like Abbey mist through sunbeams. Your pebble rests on the sill, innocent as a paperweight, though it hums faintly when rain approaches. Historians still argue whether pilgrim paths followed ley lines, merchant routes, or just the shortest distance between alehouses. Pull yesterday's jeans from the floor. A dried blade of marsh grass flutters out its brittle green, defying concrete surroundings. Pocket the pebble, its edges digging familiarly against thigh, while the fridge hums a Gregorian chant substitute. You half expect spectral sheep to materialize by the toaster, but only Pop-Tarts emerge slightly burnt like miniature martyrs. Tug boots on without untying them, heels crushing stiff, leather into submission, while remembering dew-soft grass underfoot. Laces drag like seaweed strands, modern life's petty anchors, as you grab keys brighter than any monk's relic. The door clicks shut, sealing away tidal dreams for now. Stale elevator air smells of microwaved noodles, not peat smoke, its descent echoing the causeway's retreating tides. Your phone buzzes, an electronic oyster catcher shrill, blurring dream memory into pixel light. That pebble weight steadies you, silent counterpoint to dopamine pings, as pavement replaces shoreline under sneakers. Sun warms your neck while crossing the bridge, its steel rails cold as Abbey stones. And for 3 breaths, traffic becomes wave roar. Below, canal barges paint slow rainbows on oily water, their hulls lower than any saint's island at high tide. Someone's hung wind chimes from a fire escape, their tinny song battling ambulance sirens, asymmetric warfare for the soul. A bakery's yeasty sigh hits you first, followed by bus exhaust, olfactory whiplash, eroding dream residue. The queue moves like molasses, until you spot oat scones glazed like wet tidal rocks. Breakfast suddenly feels like communion. First bite crumbles, butter and salt blooming, as pigeons converge like opportunistic gulls. Your pebble hides among loose change ancient and copper tangoing in pockets, while tourists photograph muffins like minor miracles. Medieval pilgrims complained about rock-hard biscuits, their teeth marks still visible on some fossils, gustatory grievances preserved through time. Work beckons glass doors, sliding open with monastic silence, as fluorescent lights bleach away dawn's gold. Your desk glows, screensaver mocking you with tropical beaches, while the pebble anchors paperwork like a paperweight. Type passwords, holy words in this digital scriptorium, as coffee cools beside a stress ball shaped like a sheep. Meetings blur into tide charts, peaks and troughs of agendas, while your thumb rubs the pebble's frost-smooth plane beneath the table. Someone mentions blue sky thinking. You picture vast vaults above a roofless abbey as notes accumulate like barnacles on rocks. Lunch brings a sandwich eaten riverbank fast, crusts sacrificed to ducks, whose ancestors watched pilgrims starve. The pebble warms in your palm, its quartz veins catching midday sun, though no one notices the smuggled shore in your fist. Return emails pile up like tidal drifts, urgent flags, red as oyster catcher beaks. Yet your inbox feels less consequential than curlew song. Afternoon sun slants through blinds, casting prison bar shadows over spreadsheets, while your mind swims back to moonlit arches. That quartz weight hums, barely audible over aircon drones, as you highlight cells like a monk, illuminating manuscripts. Historians found mussel shells, inked with curses, beneath Lanthani Abbey's floor proof that choir boys hated Monday vigils as much as you hate Mondays. Clock watching becomes tide gazing, minutes dragging like water through kelp until freedom chimes. You escape into rush hour currents, bodies flowing like salmon upstream, the pebble bouncing against your keys with each step. Homeward commute blends into Causeway crossing, bus seats vibrating like stones under wave pulse, while streetlights flicker like uncertain lighthouses. Your thumb traces the pebble's dip memory flash of cold seawater swirling around boots as traffic parts for sirens wailing past. Key scratches the lock, modern-day flint spark, as you enter twilight-dim rooms smelling of loneliness and laundry. The pebble returns to its windowsill altar between succulents and takeout menus, awaiting night's pilgrimage. Dinner boils over, distracted by gulls crying outside, their city-savvy voices sharper than coastal cousins. Steam fogs the window, turning the glass briefly into mist-bound abbey walls as forks clink replica sea chimes. Shower spray drums like squall rain, washing away spreadsheet dust, while shampoo smells improbably of salt marshes. Towel off, bare feet on cold tiles, echoing flagstone chill as moonlight claims the pebble's surface. Bed sighs under your weight sheets, smelling faintly of coastal ghosts, as streetlights paint wave patterns on the ceiling. The pebble rests beneath your pillow again, its edges pressing into dreams, waiting to crest, an anchor against tomorrow's tide. Eyelids grow heavy, not with sleep's undertow, but the gentle backwash of wakefulness. Downstairs, the fridge resumes its tidal murmur, while wind strums power lines into eerie choir notes. Some claim old pilgrim paths still vibrate with footfalls, their echoes trapped between soil layers, waiting for matching footsteps. Your breath steadies, pebble warmth spreading through pillow fibers, as the city's roar becomes distant surf. Between blinks, a flicker of arches where the wardrobe stands, sheep-shaped shadows grazing on carpet fibers. The last conscious thought dissolves, not into darkness, but the quartz's silent hum resonating through bone and belief. Down the hall, a neighbor's TV glows, its light beneath the door like low tide, revealing the first wet stone. Worlds blur at their edges, city and coast, screen glow and starshine, as the pebble pulses once against your skull. Sleep comes not as an erasure, but emerging, where bus brakes squeal like gulls and sirens wail like west winds. You drift neither here nor there, as the quartz bridges what was and what waits. Somewhere beneath dreams, the causeway stretches, its stones gleaming wet under a moon that winks like a conspirator. Downstairs, the kettle begins its pre-dawn shriek. Unaware, it plays chorus to older songs. Your fingers curl, not around pebble now, but the edge of a blanket that feels suspiciously like rough woven wool. Dawn will come, as it always does, with alarms and asphalt, and the pebble resting quiet. But for now, between ticks of the clock and beats of the heart, you walk two paths at once. Salt still dusts your lashes, unseen by daylight eyes, as the first truck breaks outside with a sound like waves drawing back. The dream isn't over, it's simply waiting for the next tide, the next step, the next breath between worlds. Streetlights dim as true light rises, their artificial stars surrendering to the sun's slow smirk, while pigeons stir on ledges like displacement gulls. Your pillow holds the pebble's impression, a fossil of sorts, proof that weight can be both anchor and compass. Morning sharpens its knives against the horizon, ready to carve daylight hours from the quiet, as the pebble sleeps beneath cotton and memory. Plans cue in your waking mind, meetings and errands, yet beneath them all hums the causeway's old stones. The city inhales, engines coughing to life, while your feet find chilled floorboards. Today's path waits, untrodden and glistening, as unseen somewhere waves begin their retreat across weed-slicked slate. Reach for the pebble one last time, its surface now sun-warmed, before pocketing yesterday's small eternity. Breakfast crumbs scatter modern votive offerings as you step into shoes still gritty with dream sand. Key turns in the lock, a click louder than any Abbey gate as you leave the shore of sleep behind. The pebble shifts in your pocket, its quartz heart pulsing once as street noise crashes like a wave against your ears. Breathe Deep exhale steam in crisp air and walk around the corner, hidden by newsstands. The faintest whiff of brine hangs like a promise. Traffic lights change red to green, a secular benediction for urban pilgrims. Some claim all journeys end, but footsteps merely pause, waiting for tides or courage or alarm clocks to reset. Your soles slap pavement, each step echoing off buildings like chant refrains, as the pebble stays silent sentinel against your thigh. There between bus shelter and bike rack, a flash of green seaweed clings to a storm drain's grate. You smile, not stopping, as the city peels open its concrete petals to reveal another causeway hidden in plain sight. Sun winks off skyscraper glass like lighthouses, guiding you inland, while the pebble thrums its patient hymn. Today's road has no tidal charts, no barnacle-encrusted signs, yet the salt stays crusted in your lashes. Every journey begins where footprints end, counting steps not in miles, but in heartbeats between sea and stone. Turn the corner, office building looming like a cliff face, as a distant siren wails its ocean-lonely song. Fingertips brush the pebble through denim, its edges softened by pocket flannel, an island still tethered to your pulse. Elevator doors slide shut, metal jaws swallowing you into artificial light, as the hum of machinery becomes wave roar for 3 suspended seconds. Your reflection wavers, a flicker of someone windswept and salt-stung, before solidifying into commute-ready blankness. Reach for buttons that glow like votive candles, floor numbers ascending like tidal marks, as the pebble nestles against a gum wrapper. Ding doors part, letting in muffled voices and photocopier rhythms. Step into the fluorescent stream back to emails and invoices and digital shores, but the pebble stays. It knows, as you forget, that high tide always returns, licking patiently at edges of awareness. By mid-morning, coffee gone tepid, in a mug proclaiming BACHVIBS. Rain slashes the window's liquid silver. Your hand drifts to the pebble, its quiet hum syncing with downpour rhythms. And for 3 heartbeats, you're ankle-deep in Welsh waves again. Papers shuffle dry as vellum, yet your signature loops like cursive tide marks at the bottom of reports. Colored charts parade across screens, their data peaks mirroring distant coastlines, while the pebble anchors drifting thoughts. Lunchtime microwave whirs like storm winds, leftovers steaming in plastic reliquaries, as pigeons battle for gutter croissant crumbs. You eat watching raindrops race, each forking path reminding you of estuary streams, while colleagues debate weekend plans through mouthfuls of salad. Someone mentions hiking trails, your fingers tighten around the pebble, before reality reasserts itself with turnover reports. The afternoon stretches, a causeway of hours, until dusk paints the sky in bruised hues beyond the window. Packing up, zippers rasp louder than any retreating wave. You drop the pebble briefly, hearing its click against linoleum. 3 coworkers turn at the sound, their eyebrows raised, before returning to screens glowing like secular altars. Elevator descent feels like tidal drop, stomach lurching pleasantly as streetlights blink awake outside. The pebble's warmth spreads through coat pockets, defying autumn chill, while your breath fogs in air smelling of wet asphalt and distant possibility. Walk home slower tonight, past steaming manholes and neon-lit puddles, each reflecting fragments of sky. Shop windows glow, their mannequins posed like saints in medieval niches, offering blessings of consumer transcendence. A stray cat watches from a dumpster, eyes gleaming like tide pool creatures, before vanishing into alley darkness. Your hand brushes brick walls rough as Abbey stones, as sirens echo from streets unseen. Keys jingle, half-hearted bell choir, as your building's lobby swallows you into fluorescent brightness. Stairs creak beneath boots, each step counting down to sanctuary, while the pebble pulses once against your palm. Door opens, revealing lamplight and laundry piles, before shutting out the city's ceaseless surf. The pebble returns to its windowsill throne between spare keys and a dead succulent as you kick off shoes crusted with urban grime. Microwave noodles tonight, their steam smelling of sodium and surrender, while rain drums the glass like impatient fingers. You eat standing up, watching droplets snake paths down the pane, mirroring streams on ancient causeway stones. Showers roar drowns out traffic momentarily as you scrub away spreadsheet dust. Toweling off mirror reveals saltwater ghosts in your eyes, the pebble's absence sudden against your sternum, but it waits patient as tides, nestled among windowsill debris, while you pull sweatpants over still damp skin. The bed yawns, sheets smelling now of rain and Chinese takeout, as nighttime descends with metro-rattled quiet. Pebble reclaimed its cool promise pressed against pillow as streetlights paint wave shadows on the wall. Exhale, lungs emptying of city toxins as the mattress becomes dew-damp grass beneath dream feet. Some say travel changes you, but returning changes you more, each homecoming chiseling new contours into old shores. The pebble hums, quartz vibrating beneath cheekbone as tidal hymns bleed through pillow foam. Sleep doesn't come, it arrives, like high tide claiming the causeway inch by inevitable inch. Your breathing sinks, lungs becoming bellows for ocean winds, while the city's hum fades to distant seabird cries. Eyelids shut, not against light, but to better see the path ahead, glittering wet under moonlight no pollution can touch. The pebble's weight shifts, pressing gently, a pilgrim's nudge toward landscapes waiting beneath closed eyes. Downstairs, the fridge drones its ocean surrogate lullaby as rain lashes harder, washing clean another unseen causeway. Forever between tides, between steps, between breaths, you float in quartz-anchored darkness, ready for whatever shores emerge at dawn. Alarms will scream, traffic will snarl, but this pebble-sized eternity beneath your temple holds the sea's blue memory intact. For now, dream waves undo knots in your spine as celestial currents carry you toward Abbey shadows that welcome travelers not by foot, but by heartbeat. Some journeys end at thresholds, others begin in eyelids heavy with salt, the map written not on paper, but in palms cradling ordinary miracles. Breath steadies now, each exhale smoothing city edges into murmuring surf. The pebble rests warm beneath your temple, its hum sinking deeper than bone, as traffic's growl becomes breakers rolling pebbles across some midnight shore. Cool sheets shift their rustle like reeds brushing tide-polished stones, while streetlights cast cathedral patterns on your eyelids. Knees loosen, shoulders melt into mattress sand. The day's concrete weight washed clean for now. Listen, fridge drones become abbot chants, tires on wet pavement, a whispered shoreline. Your fingers uncurl, palm upward, open as those wide Welsh skies where stars press close enough to taste. Memories blur, sheep shadow and spreadsheet, salt air and elevators chime. Let them blur. The pebble pulses once, a heartbeat echoing through limestone cliffs and subway tunnels, binding all paths together. Pillow cradles your head like damp moss, holding you safe between realms. No need to choose which world is real tonight. They braid together in quiet surrender. Breath slows further waves receding, lulling thought into foam. Streetlights dim outside, their golden stare softening to mist. Let tomorrow's alarms and asphalt wait beyond this tidal hush. Your heartbeats match the retreating surf, a rhythm older than Abbey stones, gentle as dew settling on grass. The last tension drains ankles, wrists, jaw carried out on invisible currents. Pebble warmth spreads through pillow down, an anchor become lullaby as the city itself yawns toward sleep. Darkness breathes with you now, neither empty nor endless, but cradled like seawater in cupped hands. Let go not of the shore, but the effort of holding tight. Dreams rise liquid and effortless, lapping at consciousness. Somewhere beyond your window a gull cries, or maybe a child laughs down an alley. Let it fade. The causeway always waits beneath traffic, beneath thoughts, beneath breath. Eyelids seal, salt-dusted lashes finally still. Allow the quartz's quiet hymn to dissolve walls between stone and steel, between then and now, between waking and what comes next. Cool air brushes your cheek, ghost touch of sea mist, as the pebble nestles deeper into its nest of cotton and trust. Night gathers you a tide reclaiming its own without demand or deadline. Sleep rises, not as a wave to fear, but as buoyant driftwood bearing you into star-mapped waters. Hush now. Rest. Dawn will find you salt-kissed and ready. For now, just this. The pebbles wait your body's whisper, and the patient sea dreaming beneath every city stone.